Unser Trott ihn hat versandt, Sancte Petre gewalt, dass mag ihn Elian, selmodigenden Mann, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison,
Well. It has been a while, but it's time for more Pentiment. Well, I guess I got a bit lucky today because I'm too sick to work, but not quite too sick to stream. So actually, I can get bang on that shit. Even though I might sound a bit snotty. Apologies for that. Anyways, that's what I was saying. Pentiment. Last time we right. That's not quite what I meant. Ah, yeah. Sorry. Still gotta like move shit around a bit. And there we go. Yes. Anyways, last time we were still finding out what Tassing looked like a good while after our last time there. Still trying to figure out who the hell tried to kill our dad. Or, well, probably sorta succeeded in doing so, maybe. Even though it's not quite sure. Also, where's the game being a bit sluggish sometimes. But that gets better. But yeah, and like writing lots of letters, painting lots of murals. And like also doing some light, well, I don't know, engaging with the youth of the town, I guess. But speaking of mural, I wonder if like the first part is now already finished. So, no, I guess it's like still hidden. Well, I guess we would like, you know, as the player, like, might be more satisfying to see it all done at once in one go. Okay. Uh-huh. Right. So also we got ourselves the fancy book that might have played a role in getting everyone killed. But we can't read the damn thing. Because we don't know Latin all that well. And we kind of want to find out about the Christian history of the town. Hello, Bartas. Do you have a moment? Only one, I'm afraid. What can I do for you? I came across a book about the history of Tassing, and I was hoping you could help me read it. Oh, no, not today. I'm far too busy for that at the moment. Nazio and I have our hands full preparing the Christmas ale, you see? Oh boy. Of course, sorry to bother you. Not at all. Apologies I couldn't be of more help. Ooh, Christmas ale. Ciao, Magdalena. Ciao, Ignazio. Come stai? Oh, weird. Bene, bene. Good. Winter is approaching quickly, no? What is it you say here? Pasta pinching at your nose? Yes, that is the saying. Bartas has been explaining many of your funny Bavarian sayings to me. Must admit, they are rather charming, even if the language is a bit rough to my tongue. Not just yours, buddy, not just yours. Will you be staying in Tassing long enough to learn more of our funny sayings? I should return to Genoa soon, but Bartos and I still have some business to conduct. It has taken longer than I anticipated to complete. His accounts are complex. I may be forced to remain a few more weeks. Yo, who knows? Must be a bit difficult for you to be so far from home for so long. That has made me most welcome, so I'm in no particular rush. Ooh. I don't know. Wonder if that's like... There's like supposed to be some subtext to that. I'm just sort of like... distracted by the hairy chest. I don't know, having like a handsome Italian man just hanging around your place all the time, doing nothing. Sort of sounds like a bit interesting. I only wish to return to Genoa before any heavy snowfall. Otherwise, my journey will take twice as long. I'll let you get back to work then. Grazie, Magdalena. Until later. I don't know. Probably just like a general animation thing, but he does seem to be peeking at Balthas all the time. Hey Magdalena, oh hey, yum. Werner doesn't seem to be doing too good. Ugh. Werner? Ugh. Ugh. We're supposed to come check on Dad today. Don't have to thank to Karen, whom I have to test someone. Maybe Balthas, they're still on friendly terms. Nazio could help. Oh, Big Jörg, he's strong, he can do it. Ah, what a mess. I feel like probably better to... I mean, would probably be more considerate to let Nazio and Balthas do it, you know? Because, like, they would probably be slightly less of a blow to Werner's ego. On the other hand, they were busy with the Christmas sale. Hey Magdalena, can I help you with something? I found Dr. Stoltz passed out drunk by the bakery, sleeping in the ditch. Again? Christ's sake, it happening occasionally is fine, but the man can't hold his beer. To be blunt, even occasionally doesn't seem proper to me. Ah, a man just sometimes has to unwind, relieve the burden of responsibilities. In any case, I'll take him home. No need to worry, Magdalena. Okay. Well, another good deed done. I guess he's not really going to be helping with translating the book, you see. Hello, Magdalena. How's the Muir going? I hope my husband hasn't been bothering you about it too much. Is that a concern? Ah, the council likes the meddle and thinks they ought to leave alone. My husband less so than some, but those men are all bad influences on each other. And they're chattering on about a yearly check of the hinges on every door in town. Hinges! Who gives a damn if the hinges on our front door creak? Be fair, if your hinges squeak the doors, then integrity is at stake. Yes, well, I don't need to check every door in my house every year like it's a feast day. If there's a creaky hinge, I'll hear it. Anyway, I think it's good of you to be working on the mural. I wish Artemis and Apollo would take interest in something like that. Well, they got their interests. And honestly, we all should be thankful that they don't have more of them. Hello, Magdalena, dear. How are you? How's Klaus? It's hard to know for certain. One day he seems well, and the next I can hardly understand his words. Oh, Magdalena, I keep praying for you both. Both of you deserve the best. Life's been hard enough for you already. Please let me know if you need any help around the house. I'd be happy to help. I've never had anyone so excited to do housework before. My God knows I've gotten very good at it over the years. Besides, then we can chat and chatter makes chores pass quickly. With all my children up and grown and no husband to care for anymore, I've got to make myself useful somehow. The Jörg is still in the house though, isn't he? Oh yes, but he's a grown man with children of his own. He and Veronica are capable of caring for their own households now. Eva is taking care of us, and Ursula and Fabian have their own life together. They don't need me anymore. Sounds sad. Oh well, I suppose I am. Thank God that my children are all grown and prospering. But I do feel there's been something missing in my life. After so many years of tending to them and maintaining a home, I don't know what else to do. Could always find something new to do. Keep busy by helping Gret in the bakery or something. Start a book club, whatever. Jörg has been telling me to rest more, but you're right. I'd rather keep busy as long as there's life left in these old bones. Well, that's settled. I'll come over to help around the house soon, alright? I'll see you then, Clara. God bless you, Magdalena. Couldn't be me. I like having time off, but I understand there's people that don't. Apologies. What's Hans got to say? Hello, Magdalena. Hello, Hans. Did you need something? Just wanted to see what you were doing. Well, I was just about to leave. Have to go meet Big Jörg soon. Why? Stuff in the forest needs doing. Like what? To lift logs. Why would you do that? I lift big logs to see who's stronger. It's a contest. Alright, who's winning so far? Jörg, but barely. I've been gaining on him. It's growing older and softer with its council work. Haha. So this is a thing that men just do from time to time? Me and Jörg, sure. I don't know about anyone else. Welcome to join us, Magdalena. You happen to have some more logs that would suit me? Plenty of trees in the forest. We'll find you what you need. Maybe you'd put some meat on those bones. Oh, burn. So I can look like you? No, I mean, what's so bad about that? It just meant that the press is heavy and you're still pretty scrawny. Should get back to work now. Until later, Magdalena. Until then. Damn. Okay, I'm sorry for being so mean to you for going to medieval gym, Hans. Anyways, it's Simon. Hey, Magdalena. What a fucking idiot. Hello, Magdalena. I mean, just gonna quickly Okay. Well, Sister Gertrude might be a good starting point. Although, I'm not sure how her eyesight is these days. Oh, that's Matilda. Right, Gertrude is over at the monastery convent. Hi, Magda. Need something? Maybe. I'm looking into the history of tossing. Grandpa said he told you a lot of things about the old race. Can you recall anything? Yes, of course. I'm fortunate that both my grandfather and Ottilia taught me what they know. Her mind was still so sharp, even up until the end. A sharp tongue too, as I recall. Is that where you learned it? Maybe she unwittingly inspired me from afar. Or... No, but I think the boys in this town would turn any girl's wine to vinegar. Not that I like Ötz or anything. Baka. Oh, they're not that bad. Anyway, I'm grateful I got to spend time with her before she passed. What do you remember from them? Grandpa told me all sorts of charms and things to do to protect against evil. But I imagine you're not interested in that. He said that it was Perchta who protected the forest from witches, not St. John. God and his saints have dominion over the town and the abbey, but Perchta still watches over all our wild places. What about Saint Seisha? Grandpa believes in the saints just as he believes in Perchta. He said the Perchta's power is shown in certain places and times. There's no conflict for dominion between her and the saints. I see. And Tutilia knew all these old chants in another language. She told me what they meant, but she couldn't translate them, I suppose. Had to do with Perchta, but also God and St. Moritz. So where did they come from? She didn't know, but I think I figured it out after she passed. Or some people coming through town and I heard them speaking the language. Didn't quite sound like the words Ottilia used, but close. And they said that St. Moritz was the patron of their home too. Really? Where were they from? Graubünden. They were Swiss. They said there was a holy spring in their town that had been blessed by St. Moritz. Oh, were they speaking Romansh? Spoken in Switzerland, dominantly in the canton of Graubünden, the Romansh language developed from a blend of Vulgar Latin and early German. Interesting. I don't know. I only ever heard it at one time. I learned from Matilda, I mean. She said we all used to know the chants, the language, generations ago. I don't know. Maybe we weren't always the people here. What do you mean? Maybe we came from somewhere else. Our families, I mean. The people have been in Tassing since before the Romans came. That's what I've heard. People say the mine has been here forever. But, I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of things. Maybe there's no sense to be made of it. I don't know if any of that is useful to you. I'm glad Ursula told me all of this, but I can't imagine Father Thomas approves. It would probably be worse if an inquisitor heard about some of the things she believes. Sorry for ruining your kid, Peter, back when I was Andreas. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Should probably warn her not to be too free in who she talks to about the old ways. And if it isn't, well, I still have to decide what to paint, so it might be. Good, not everyone appreciates hearing about these things. I know, you should be careful, Ursula. Why? Not everyone is as open-minded as I am. I just don't want you to get into trouble. Alright, I appreciate the concern. Thank you for your help. Anytime. I'll see you later. Until then. That was sort of enlightening. I mean, Father Thomas doesn't seem like he'd be the most forthcoming when it comes to helping me with the book, so let's try to get through the first, but let's see how the oh, Lisa. Big stretch. Aww. Okay. Just wanna see if there's like different petting animations. There are. No, I think it's like dog dependent. But yeah, Müller. That's what they're called. Good morning, Magdalena. How's the mural coming along? Making good progress. I've started working on the history of the saints today. Good. Tassing's a pilgrimage town, after all. What sort of mural are you creating, Magdalena? I believe Klaus was planning on a fresco. Well, I'll start with the internet. Oh, why? Is the council planning to interfere with our mix on our paints? Not at all. I was merely curious. I thought that perhaps Kraft could slide some extra lime for the plaster. Since when did the town Miller know so much about art? It's been an interest of mine since childhood, but my father disapproved. After my mother and I left Tassing, stayed with the family for a few months before we heard what happened. Father's friend, Andreas, he encouraged me to draw. When we were away, I studied in my uncle's library. I've collected books about various art styles since we returned. I had no idea, Paul. Why didn't you want to paint murals yourself? I'm not nearly as good as you or your father. I know I had my doubts about you taking on the project, Magdalena, but you're the most skilled artist in Tassing. After your father, of course. Oh well, anyway, I'm glad the mural is going well. Forgive my sudden questioning about it. Been so busy preparing for the council. Oh, sorry, clicked a little too soon there. She says I get a bit frantic when I'm overwhelmed. Is the council working on something new? We're considering yearly maintenance checks on every house in Tassing. The idea has had quite a bit more pushback than we'd anticipated. Can't imagine why. I'd certainly love it if my neighbors nosed their way into my house every year. It's a matter of safety, Magdalena. Old widow's house was practically falling apart before she died. It would help protect those in Tassing who don't have the skills to fix things themselves. Widows like Agnes or Gret. In any case, the matter is far from resolved. I imagine spring will come before anything is actually done. I had better get back to work. Thank you for letting me interrupt your day, Magdalena. God bless you. Until later, Paul. Okay. Well, good to know. Like, our words as Andreas still, like, meant something. Magdalena, dear, what brings you up the hill? Dad was telling me your family's been in Tassing for hundreds of years. Oh, is this for the mural? I'm not sure I want to get mixed up in that. I won't depict your family specifically if that helps. You're one of the few people who knows anything about the town after the Romans left. The Müllers have been a pillar of Tassing for generations, yes. Though I'm afraid I only know a little bit about them. And much of that I've heard from others. Leonard didn't care to talk about the past. I meant your family, the one you were born to. Family name was Caviezel, wasn't it? Oh. Not a soul in town had asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. Not surprised your father remembers the Caviezels. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. I'm the last of us left now. Soon streaming on... I don't know. Forgot where that was supposed to stream. Cavieze doesn't sound like a local name. Why wouldn't it be? I'm Bavarian. It is my name, so it's a Bavarian name. And when the Edson town has a name like that? And shouldn't you be Caviezelin? I've always been called Caviezel, as were my sisters and mother, and her mother before her. Grandfather told me the Caviezels have lived in this area for hundreds of years. Perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine a time so long ago. Were they Romans? No. Caviezels were part of the old people, the original Bavarian people. They had to resettle Tassing after the Romans left. Built their new home right on the spot where they had been living when the Romans arrived. That's a remarkable story. It reminds me of Parsifal's quest for the Grail. He's driven from the court of King Arthur and wanders the countryside, honorless. Meets a holy man who brings him to God, and through regaining his honor, Parsifal completes his journey to the Grail. What a lovely idea. When I think of the ancient Caviezels driven from their land only to find it again and become Christians, I feel nearer to me. You understand? I think so. It's like when my dad tells me stories about courting my mom. And remember her face, but when he tells me about her smile, I can almost recall it. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrika, I may not know all the words anymore, but that's alright. Just as I may not know exactly how the Caviezels resettled Tassing. What matters is that I feel close to her, and them, even though they are so far from me now. That is what stories are for, Magda. Now go on, you've got a mural to complete. Thank you, Elsa. You've given me much to consider. God bless you, Magdalena dear. Okay. God bless you, Magdalena. Hello, Anna. How are you? Oh, keeping busy. There's always plenty to do around the house. How's the mural? Oh, sorry, just noticed that puppet there. Coming. Paul mentioned your progress is quite impressive. I think I'll be finished just before the new year. Oh, how wonderful. I'll have to bring Andreas and Ulrike by sometime to see your progress. I won't get in your way, of course. I'm sure they'd love to learn about the process. Sorry. You're more than welcome to... Just mix a new batch to keep the wall moist. It's hard to maintain the right texture when it's so cold out. Oh, I can imagine. I had a similar problem when I had my mother in the bakery. Rolling dough in winter was such trouble. We had to throw out so many batches that wouldn't rise. Discipline is admirable, Magdalena. You know, I was a real rascal back in the day. Skipped on working with my parents more times than I can count. So it wasn't Big Jörg who was the troublemaker? Oh no, Jörg's always been more hardworking than me. I was the thief and scoundrel. Started with cakes from my mother's table, still hot from the oven. Soon it was silverware, mugs, trinkets I found all around town. Ulrike's little hat once even belonged to Andreas Mahler, your father's friend. Stole it from his head. That's right, that is the head. Of course, stealing is against the Lord's commandments. So my father would make me return everything if I hadn't eaten it already and march me to church to pray. Father Thomas grew accustomed to seeing me more often than Sunday mornings. I guess you're tired of saying Ave Marias? That was part of it. I grew out of the habit over time. I think I started to see why my parents had such a devotion to the Lord. Stealing was my way of acting out. But when the trouble started in town, I realized that my thieving wasn't doing any good. I decided I'd rather honor my father and mother as God commands. It gives me grace with Andreas and Ulrika on the hard days, and with the rest of the town too. I think Ulrich would be proud. Thank you, Magdalene. That means more than you know. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you have plenty of mural work to do. I'll see you later, Anna. God bless you, Magdalena. Oh, sorry. Hello, Mac. I don't know, I find it sort of even harder than usual to do the voices now that I'm sort of a bit snorted up. Oh, hey. But it's so beautiful here, Martha. One more moment. Alright, take your time. Oh, hello, Magdalena. Dad, look who it is. Good morning, Mr. Struckerin. Hello, Martha. Carl. How are you today? On our usual walk around town. The weather hasn't grown too cold yet. Dr. Stoltz says Dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. And I'm getting old. Not so old you can sit around at home telling stories. You listen to your daughter, Carl. You young girls think you're my keeper, is that it? I've always been your keeper, Dad. No arguments from me there. You're in a good mood today, I see. Plenty of reason to be. Tossing never ceases to be beautiful to me. Isn't the meadow a wondrous sight even in this season? Days the Lord strengthens me. I like going a bit high up the mountains. Used to admire the view with Anton from there. Alright, I remember. Ah, Anton, my poor boy. It's alright, Dad. I'm sorry, Carl. Not your fault, Magdalena. Just a bait then. I can't. It's my fault that he died. It is not, Dad. You know it's not. Shouldn't have been with me that night. You shouldn't have. I was a fool. Let him continue. Abby was engulfed in flames. The heat. You wouldn't believe it. Set the hair off my eyebrows. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. Then that godforsaken Landsknecht stepped between us. I hope he burns in hell. Can't even imagine what that was like. How old were you during the revolt, Martha? 7 or so. I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing. There was screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. She kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton?" There was blood on the floor. Cried so much you threw up. We couldn't get you to stop. Couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain, but... Martha, my dear, enough of that. I'm so sorry. How did you go on? Did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I'm there still. The abbey is always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was left alone with Martha to care for. It was. I had to keep going for Martha, and somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. Suppose that was all Helena's doing. Dad. If I'm any good, it's because of you. I'm sorry I asked you to relive all that again. No, it needs to be told. Can't let people forget. Not here, not anywhere else. The abbey burned, people died. We have to remember, and our children have to remember, because when no one remembers any longer, then they will all truly be dead. It's time we continued with the walk, Dad. Yes, dear. I'm feeling much more alive now. Be well, you two. Okay. Violets. Hi, Max. Sorry I can't talk for long right now. Oh boy, it's spreading. Magdalena. Oh, of course, Magdalena. I didn't mean to be impolite. You've more courtesy than Eds and Apollo put together. Heh, thanks, I guess. So, what are you doing? You know, it's almost December. Preparing for the festivities is a busy time. Dad can't do it all alone. He pretends to be strong, but I think some of it is an act. He's growing older and sadder. I imagine he misses your mom. Yeah, I miss her too. Oh, that's a bit awkward. He doesn't talk about her much anymore. I think he's ashamed. I'm not, though. She was still my mom. People say she did many bad things. Everyone does bad things sometimes, you know. When the monks were around, they told us all about God's forgiveness. Vaclav talks about it a lot too. So that's why I try to do. Forgive. You've got a kind heart, Killian. Let's not, you know, go there right in this circumstance. Maybe. I just do what I think is right. How's your mural coming along, anyway? One step at a time, learning about the history of Tassing is a challenge. Ha! At least you can read in other languages. But if there's a history of Tassing in one of those books that no one here knows about? Hardly. I don't think this town has ever been important enough. Suppose so. Oh, I'm sorry, Magdalena. I really have to get back to work. Be well. Oh, it's Alexander and Kazimierz. Can't talk. I see. I'm Kazimierz, musician with Alexander. I'm Magdalena Drucker. I live here in town. Are you Polish? Yes, from Kalisz. Alright, I'm out of here. What are you two doing in Tassing? Ask Alexander. Sorry. Alright, I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks, God bless you. Oh, Alexander. Ah, hello. Are you one of the beggars? My man and I are in need of refreshments. There are two beggars, Nico and Killian. I'm neither of them. Oh, you could be in an elaborate disguise. Truly, anything is possible. Exactly. The improbable is not the impossible, and through such incredulity may the accomplished deceiver succeed. I'm Magdalena Druckerin. Ah, from the print shop we passed on the way into town? Yes, I'm running it for my father while he's recovering from an injury. Terribly sorry to hear that. I hope he has a swift recovery. Thank you. Not much business for a print shop at this time of year, is there? No, for a land house. It looks like the travel has all dried up. How did you wind up here? You don't look like a merchant. No, I should think not. No, this was just a stop on my way back to Würzburg from Padua. I'm Alexander. This is my partner Casimir. We are musicians by trade, travelers by necessity. We just purchased a new instrument for Casimir's in Padua. Their luthiers are extraordinary. We're heading back to Würzburg for the Christmas celebration. Quite an important competition here, there for the Meister singers. The weather turned rotten so quickly. Rain has been awful and the roads through the passes have all been mud. I don't know if we'll be able to make it to the competition now. If the passes do close before we're able to move on, will they open up soon? Is March soon? Oh no. Oh God, no. I suppose I should plan for us to stay here through the winter. Sorry, Kaz. It's alright. Do the people here like music? I think it depends on the music. Well, with your patience and God's help, we will endeavor to find music you and your neighbors will enjoy. I look forward to hearing it. Thank you. Until then. Oh, okay. I mean, those two are kind of cute. I mean, they seem nice. Hello, Magdalene. What brings you to my humble inn? Can a place named the Golden Hand really be considered humble? Humility lies in the soul, not in the name. But I assume you didn't come by to exchange aphorisms. I'm on my way to the Abbey. The Abbey. Thought it'd be helpful to explore the ruins for the mural. Ah, Kieso. It was an impressive sight in its day. Shame you never got to see it. Lots of history to be uncovered there, no doubt. You mind yourself in that place. Could collapse any day now. Jesus Christ, I didn't realize we were when we got her that book of, that Parzival book, I think, we were raising Magdalene to be such a fucking nerd. Did Lancelot run from the magician Marduk when Eric and Wyman were in peril? Methinks not, good sir, methinks not. You can't say that I know the man. I suppose not. No, he didn't run. He was brave in the face of terrible danger. For your father's sake, the dangers you face won't be quite so perilous. Well, you certainly have the spirit for such things. Remind me of Johanna and that. She was headstrong, fierce when she needed to be. Mural is coming along fine otherwise. It's getting there. Plenty of work yet to do. Can't say I understand much about art, but we all appreciate the work you're doing, what with your dads. Well, I won't keep you from your adventures then. Besides, I've the inlet to clean. Do you have someone to help you? Oh, I don't want to take up your time. Killian will lend her hand. Yana was good at keeping me straight. She kept this place plotless. You don't mind me asking, how did you two meet? Oh, memories. We're so young in Passau. It's to the east. I first saw Hannah doing laundry beside the river, just south of the Niedenburg Abbey. The way the sun hit her face off the water, she sparkled. Couldn't get her out of my mind. She was a wit in conversation too, with a bald temperament that shone through every so often. We courted, I spoke to her father, a happy day. Miss her a lot? I do. We didn't have a plan when we married. That we settled in Tassing was happenstance. When Killian was old enough to travel, we happened to pass through on our way to Zurich. I'm not saying Passau. Sword trade was struggling and there was trouble brewing to the east and south. Lithuanians had started warring with the Muscovites. There were rumors of peasant uprisings. It wasn't unusual at the time, was it? No, but it felt more threatening at the time. Too close. Besides, we were going to Zurich for trade. We hadn't decided to leave Passau yet. As there was time to spare, we visited Hirsau and of course the Shrine of the Hand of St. Moritz. Eyes lit up. She said God had blessed us with an opportunity. Town had no inn then. We proposed the Landhaus to the abbot and he gladly accepted. So the inn was Hannah's idea. No? Did I say that? It was a shared dream. Hannah and I were happy. So happy. I didn't continue. And then Hannah leaped into the arms of that fucking miller. I didn't know what to do. We had Killian to look after and the Landhaus. Loved us, so I let it happen. Anyway, then Otto was killed and Andreas fucking Mahler couldn't help but get himself involved. Never did set things straight with her. Maybe I could have saved her, saved us. If I'd only had the courage. It's not something anyone can know but God. Perhaps I'll ask him when the time comes. Can't be that far off now. Jeez. But I've kept you for too long with my talking. You have the Abbey to explore after all. It was good talking, Nico. Until later. Until then. Okay, Jesus Christ, sorry we falsely accused of we accused your wife of a murder she probably didn't commit. Let's see, are there any burly boys in the forest? Doesn't look like it right now. Well, first off, let's talk to the sisters. I mean, general rule of thumb is first off, let's talk to every fucking body all the time. I should talk to Sister Gertrude since she was a Benedictine nun at Kieser before the poor Clares arrived. You would be able to tell me all about the convent's history for the mural. Nope, Gertrude isn't in the shrine. There she is. And there's Mouse, son of Mousefair. What a sequel. And I guess there's the son of Mousefinger, or daughter of son of Mousefinger, or daughter of son of Mousefinger's wife? You know. Aww. God bless you, Magdalena. Hello, sister. I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, Magdalena. I will help however I can. Oh, man. Anyway, she said something about the history Tassia. Oh, I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like that. Its grammar structures are far too complex. I'm sorry, Magdalena. That's alright, sister. I'll have to find another way. There's one more thing, if you don't mind. It's about the Rathaus mural. Oh, did you need more paint? I believe I have enough gold stored away. Oh, thank you, sister. I have more than enough paint. I wanted to ask you about the history of Kirsau, actually. I'd like to include Abbey's founding and the history of tossing Saint to the Rathaus mural. I wrote to Reverend Mathieu, since he lived at the Abbey, but wanted to see the place firsthand. Ah, Brother Mathieu became a reverend, didn't he? He was always suited to such a role. But I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? Yes, I was hoping you could show me around the convent and tell me about its history. Poor Clares don't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Francisca wouldn't like anyone coming in for such a worldly concern. Well, that makes my job difficult. Let me finish, Magdalena Druckerin. However, Mother Francisca always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considered joining the convent, she may be allowed to enter and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she may discover by contemplating the holy life, Oh, Gertrude, you're such a cool nun. I've always been drawn to your ways, sister. There's something about the fashion. Going the convent will take some time. Would you like to go see Mother Francisca now? I have other things to do first. Very well. Come find me if you change your mind. God bless you, Magdalena. If I'd known like such a section was coming up, I would have named this video the Stream Sister Act. But hey, I guess not. Oh, it's Francisca. God bless you, Magdalena. I had been hoping to speak with you. Do you perhaps have a moment? Of course, Mother. How can I help? I thought that you had taken up the mural in the Rathaus after your father's terrible attack. That's right. What of it? Your enthusiasm and insistence is most troubling to some people in town. You wouldn't happen to be including yourself in that group, would you? Very astute, Magdalena. Yes, I am concerned for you, as are others. I understand how you must have struggled with your mother passing while you were so young. Without a maternal figure to guide you, it's no wonder your spirit has wandered and wavered from its nature. My spirit's fine, thanks. Pursuit of such traits is not for women, but men. As Paul writes, God calls women to work at home, not in trades. By supporting your father's laudable taking on his work is imprudent. Are plenty of young men in Tassing wealthy of you, or perhaps you have a different calling. I'd like to offer you a place here, among the sisters. My dad taught me how to run the shop and I love printing. What's wrong with working as a printer? Art's a path to hedonism and sin, Magdalena. They indulge the senses and keep us from the Lord. Magdalena, not now. Art can glorify God too, just like the mural in the church. That's what I'm trying to do. Well, I can only pray that the Spirit guides your hand to glorify Him. However, my offer to join the convent remains open to you. Thank you, Mother Francisca. I consider what you've said. God bless you. I mean, seems a bit out of character, but, you know, we're like trying to, sort of trying to get out of, like, we do have ulterior motives here, so that's cool. But first off, maybe we can, not sure how long exploring the actual abbey is going to take. Oh, I guess we can't actually get in the abbey itself. Oh, in that case, I guess I might as well become a nun. You know, like, do a nun internship. A nun-turnship. God bless you, Magdalene. Would you like to go inside with Fredo and Mother Francisca now? Yes, let's go. Mother Francisca, I'd like to introduce Magdalena Druckerin. Apprentice daughter, yes. God bless you, Magdalena. Father Thomas told us of your father's condition, and we pray for his recovery daily. Oh, thank you, Abbess. Such is our duty to serve the Lord and the community that provides for us. Now, what is this about? Sister Gertrude, you know our holy rules. Why bring young Mr. Druckerin to me? Forgive me, Mother. Magdalena is searching for a place in the world and is contemplating the holy life. I thought observing the sisters might aid her in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. Right, yes. Ah, so you've decided to consider my offer after all. If God is calling you from to the convent, I'm more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the Poor Clares? I'm worried that I think that's probably too obvious a lie. I'm worried that helping my father any. But if I become a sister, I won't have to marry, which is far better than being stuck bearing kids for the rest of my life. Magdalena, I do not encourage such a reason for joining the order. Remember, the Lord commanded man to be fruitful and multiply. However, I understand if the Lord brings you to the convent for such a reason. Some women are born barren. If you truly desire the holy life, then you are more than welcome to observe the sisters. Please, come. I'm happy to tell you more of our order. Our small convent used to be part of the larger Kirsa double monastery, as I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. However, the Poor Clares live far differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. We believe that it is not ours to produce and live solely on the alms of the community of... we believe that it's not ours to produce and live solely on the alms of the community of Tassing, as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. Share this convent as a gift from the church. Believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty and service. Does such a life appeal to you, Magdalena? I'm not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around, get a feel for the place. Magdalena, you must not have understood me. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I won't have a laywoman bothering the sisters from their duty or disturbing our rule. However, I will also allow Sister Susanna to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you have finished, please come find me and we will discuss your decision to join. Funny, I thought she'd never finish. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for a reference for a mural I'm painting in the Rathaus. Now that the lecture is over, I can get on with what I came here for. Are you coming? What Mother Francisca said? She said that as long as I'm with you, it's fine to look around. Are you really going to get us both in trouble? No. I always follow Mother Francisca's orders. Convent has many parts. The kitchen, the aquarium, the chapter house, the yard, and the old workshop. Though no one uses the little shed anymore. I leave you to decide where to go first. Oh, we have a... Hey, it's Margareta. God bless you, Magdalena. There's the kitchen. Let's have a look at the kitchen. This is the kitchen. There's not anything that interesting here. Sister Marie and Sister Isabel take care of most of the kitchen duties, but everyone pitches in when needed. God bless you, Magdalena. God bless you, sister. How goes the cooking? As well as the Lord wills it. My old fingers fumble from time to time, but it is my privilege to prepare supper for the other sisters. That seems excessive. Not to those who have dedicated themselves to this order. No, the Almighty has given me a gift. Just as God gave Paul a thorn in his side, so too did he give me the pains of age to strengthen my faith. Such things are a blessing when compared to the pains Christ carried upon the cross. I don't believe the Lord wants us to suffer, sister. Oh. In the next life, yes, but even, I think I accidentally selected the one underneath that. But even Christ said we would face hardships while we live on this earth. I've chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord through my hardship. I don't really understand, but I'm glad it helps you persevere. Thank you, child. God bless you. God bless you, child. Are you delivering something? Oh, I'm considering joining the convent, so Mother Francisca graciously allowed me to visit with you. Hallelujah! Glory and praise be to God. You've brought such joy to me this day, child. I haven't actually joined yet, sister. Do you have a strong stomach? Perhaps you can help Sister Isabel and me in the kitchens. I enjoy preparing meals for the sister that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Sister Isabel has graciously taken on that task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel butchering any animal is wrong according to the rule of St. Francis. Mystic Friar and founder of the Franciscan Order. I'm fairly sure we read that, but that was a while ago, so... Born in Assisi to wealthy parents, St. Francis was called to a life of poverty and preaching. With his follower St. Clare, he helped found the Order of Poor Clares. To cause suffering to any living creature is unnecessary and evil, even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. Kitchen seems fairly simple. Is there anything here from the convent's founding day? Yeah, let's just go past that crisis of faith here. No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs replacing over the years. Though some nights a ghost appears to me by the cook fire. A lost spirit trapped between heaven and hell. Sister Marie, not this again, not to Magdalena, please. Could it have been a ghost of one of the sisters from the founding of the convent? Maybe even Saint Tertia? If it was, she has never said a word to me, though I fell prostrate in prayer before her. The spirit, whoever it is, rose up through the ground at vigils. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spiritual world are weakest. Maybe the newest arrivals here, but this convent is very old. Perhaps there was something Roman underneath this foundation centuries ago. Spirit may seek to know the preference of God now that it rests on holy ground. The presence of God. Why would it come to the convent, though? Breaks my heart to think the spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Why don't we keep going, Magdalena? It's better not to get Sister Mary too upset. Of course. God bless you, sister. God bless you, child. Okay. Ah, that's right. We're still in the. For a second there, I thought we were like in the actual abbey, but we're still in the convent. I was like sort of about to say, because like this little gallery with the courtyard in the middle, garden in the middle, like seemed sort of familiar, but the layout is slightly different. So I was like confused there for a second. But of course, the convent is the actual located in the actual convent. Yes, the exit, I think. Anno Mortis Imperatoris. This is the chapel, where we all gather for mass and liturgy. It's the oldest part of the convent. And the most drafty. Hello again, Sister Gertrude. The sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it has represented Abbey from its earliest days. Oh, there's the tower and the library. Cloister is still being constructed here. Yes, the tower was a backfield long before the structure became a monastery. A freestanding defensive tower not built for permanent habitation. The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. These walls have protected Tassing from attacks of spirit and steel for generations. Is that comparable to Annia's founding of Rome, truly? Ah, I don't know about that, Magdalena, but it certainly was an endeavor to construct this place. There's Latin here too. God called Lady Sabina to lead us sisters and brothers in 1261. Lord Kirsau's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick II. Only the tower remained. Well done, Magdalena. Yes, the first lists the abbey's founding date. Lady Kirsau was actually the one to suggest the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Illuminatus thought it would be fitting, even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred would remain. Kirsau is unique, a double monastery with two saints, one male and one female, to guard the town and abbey. So the foundation of the abbey was even older than the Holy Roman Empire? Many things have been built and torn down on this land over generations. Who knows what else used to be here? You're right, sister. This mural will be a great reference for the art house. And I'm glad to have helped. God bless you, Magdalena. Anything else cool in here? Not really. Convent courtyard. Let's check that one out. It's colder today. There's not much in the yard that could help you, I think. Anything that was here has long been covered in weeds. All I know about this place is the walls were added when the convent was built onto the monastery. Oh, God bless you, Sister Benedicta. Sister Susanna, God bless you. This ice is hard. Do I recognize you, Sister Benedicta? I've seen you in town once or twice. Yes, you'd have seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of the sisters. Mother Francisca allows only one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Burden, more like. I have to run around everywhere, gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. What are you doing up in the convent anyway? Snooping. Ooh, don't let me get in the way then. What an adventure. Actually, Sister Benedicta, I wanted to ask you some questions. You like being a nun? Oh yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home and I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I like to help the older sisters and I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold like this. One more question, Sister Benedicta. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Like ghosts? No, everything has been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. Is this about Sister Marie's ghost? I think it's Mauritius, myself. Oh no. So there is a ghost in the abbey. Well, I haven't seen anything myself, but if there is a ghost, I like to think it's Mauritius. Don't tell Mother Francisca this, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said that a Roman commander named Mauritius conquered Tassin, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. Christian refugees? Yes, the book said they were fleeing Roman persecutions. Maybe under Nero? I don't remember. Anyway, when Sister Marie said she saw a ghost, I thought it must be Mauritius trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, could he? What did he do with this book, Sister? Oh, well, I had it with me in the kitchen one day and I accidentally laid the fire poker on it. Well, that's unfortunate. I tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalena. I suppose it's better that the book got some use before it was lost forever. Besides, that story gives me ideas for the Rathaus mural. Thanks for telling me about the book, Sister. I won't tell Mother Francisca. God bless you, Sister. Thanks, Magdalena. God bless you. Ooh, there's an art studio. Workshop is covered in dust. Yes, this was the Benedictine sisters' workshop. They used to make badges and arts for pilgrims coming to see the hand of St. Moritz. Looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. We can't subsist on painting, and poor clays don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be in here. But art allows us to find beauty in life. Even Christ said the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. I agree, but that's not the rule of the poor class. Mother Francisca considers art a temptation into hedonism. Mother Francisca doesn't let us come in here, unless to put something in storage. Come in a few times and notice some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots too. I think it's a ghost Sister Marie was talking about. I wouldn't be surprised if the twins managed to sneak their way in. No, I actually like it to think there's like a free-spirited nun among them somewhere. Oh, God, no. We all live too close together in the convent for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalena, I don't think you should join the convent, even if that's not what you are here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you, and you seem to love your art. Without it, you'd hate it here. Oh. Sorry for being a bit rough on you first. What's your face? Susanna? Such random poet. The Mithraeum of Tassing had been destroyed by a flood. Mithraeum? That's the same word I saw in the Roman section of the mine. Wait, this might be from the book Sister Benedicta found. I wonder why it would mention the Mithraeum. I don't know. It's not a word I've ever heard before. Certainly nothing in the convent by that name. Well, the note says the Mithraeum was destroyed, so I suppose it doesn't matter much now. The old badges are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who bought them love them too. Okay, there's the garden again. Guess that was pretty much it for our tour of the convent, right? I mean, we do know there's like the hidden entrance to there's like the secret thing in the aqueduct down there. Here's the aquarium. Most of the abbey's visitors come in here, but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world either. Like Mother Francisca said, isolation is a part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out into town sometimes and even talk to men on occasion. And I'm stuck here staring at these walls for the rest of my life. Doesn't seem like Sister Susanna thinks much of her life there. Can't blame her. So she doesn't seem to have the passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. She hates her life here so much, and maybe I should encourage her to leave the order. Better leave where she has a future ahead of her. Oh, there are plenty of young men in Bavaria who would make good husbands. Still, there may be some reason she chose to stay. I don't want to step my bounds. You didn't always want to be a poor Claire's sister? Ha! No, would want to be a nun. My father promised me to the church as a baby. Some oath he swore when my mother struggled in her pregnancy. So there I was, dropped into the poor Claire's the summer I turned 17. They took you in? Just like that? Nobody asked you what you wanted? Why should they? Poor Clares rely on the offerings of others, even their children, to subsist. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers or the hours, and I'm sure of my devotion to the Lord, but This isn't what I wanted. Since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. I understand. I have more autonomy to go where I want, but I'm still bound by the expectations of marriage and homemaking. Yeah, I remember the days of running around town. Wish I could have gotten married. I wanted to be a mother. Sometimes I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Margareta. At least they got to see something of the outside world before they were 20. You could do anything else, what would it be? Oh. Don't forget Matilda and Wojslav. They used to be part of Kisa too. Oh yeah, them too. Thanks for listening, Magdalena. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. Lead on. Well, you've seen the entire convent. There's not much here. That was quick. What do you think of it? To be honest, it seems like a life of drudgery. Yes, certain parts of our lives here can be frustrating. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the convent. I'm reminded of the life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. I think you should go. I really do. Your family just left you here. You don't owe the sisters anything. Huh? Didn't that... Hmm. It sort of seems weird that that's like discussing how Matilda and Wojslav left Kirsel, like that would be discouraging to her. You know, I sort of thought, I don't know, maybe they, the nuns got like a bad opinion of them. But you know, I sort of meant it more like, hey, look, other people got out. So it's not impossible, but, I guess not. I do though. The sisters have taken care of me. They love me and I love them. Even if this life wasn't my choice, they accepted me. Who knows, maybe it will get better in time. Maybe. I try to help any way I can, even if it's just sneaking around the convent wall to say hello. Really? That would be wonderful, so long as no one found out. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. Not a lot today. Thank you for showing me around the convent. No, thank you, Magdalena. Today has been more interesting than any day I can remember in the Abbey. Come, let's find Mother Francisca. She'll be wanting to hear what you thought of the place. Well, Magdalena, what is your assessment of the poor class? Is the good Lord calling you to a life with us as a sister? Well, I think I might prefer my books and printing. And in any case, I need to finish the mural. Then I might take over for my father. I see. Be careful that this mural does not become an idol for you, Magdalena. Just as Eve had a weaker will than Adam, you are liable to stumble on the fruit of temptation as well. The community is quite modest compared to the splendor of an old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Thank you for allowing me inside. Most welcome, Magdalena. God bless you. Well, that was enlightening. Ah, Magdalena, Ah, Magdalena, how did your little expedition go? I'm frustrated that there's so little left of the old abbey and saints. But sister, there's something I don't understand. The abbey was so prosperous. Why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task that would be! The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in Tassing that night. Abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome in Tassing and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Kirsa was running out of money and patrons. Riot and fire was simply a particularly awful and painful way to end in the monastery. Did anything survive the fire? Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I haven't dared forage in the rubble. I doubt you find anything of help to your mural inside, other than charred wood and parchment. It might still be worth taking a look if I'm careful. No. Like if Apollo and Artemis aren't dead yet, I mean, if they aren't dead yet, which is actually a pretty impressive task considering we're like talking about the time before there were tetanus shots. But yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to do so. I worry after you sometimes, Magdalena, I really do. Thank you for all your help, Sister Gertrude. You're most welcome, Magdalena. God bless you. Let's look at the kitty. Okay, now it's not doing anything, but look at this kitty. But at least we made a friend, sorta. Well, that was, I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Kirsa. This illustration from the manuscript, the Mithraeum, was like the one in the mine. Is it part of the history of the abbey? Of Tassing? It must be written down somewhere. Only the library and burnt down with everything in it. Ruins are right here. Maybe not everything was destroyed. Up. Oh, there's actual music. Oh! Ah. For a second there I thought we had like the music, we like turned off the music by entering into a cutscene. My god, this is amazing. I wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. It was pretty sweet. Thing collapsed in the fire. I'll have to be careful climbing over this rubber to get past. Oh shit. Oh bye. Oh no. Can't get back up there. If I climb it, it might collapse further. Have to find another way out. Well. That wines will help. There's nothing left of the old staircase. I guess I can't go this way. These wines go all the way to the top, though. It looks sturdy enough to hold my weight. But there's no other way out. But, I can see all of Tassing from here. I wonder if I can piece together the foundations of the abbey and find the way up to get to together the foundations of it and find a way to get to the library. I bet I could get down this way. The roof looks pretty stable. Oh boy. Famous last words. Okay. Oh, God. Remember when the library burnt down? Dad told me I was just a baby, but I remember the flames coming out of the windows. So many people were screaming and running around. I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. Doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose it wasn't too much to hope for. Well, Magdalena, how are you going to get out of here? Very carefully, I hope. But yeah, there's the scriptorium, there's the library. There's the prior's house. These roses seem to have made the abbey their home. I'm glad something beautiful is still growing there. Yeah. There's the spooky mural. There's some more roses. There's Piero's grave. And I guess there's like, what's his face? And I guess we can't get to the old workshop. Oh well. Ooh! I wonder if there were always this many cats at the abbey. Perhaps I can ask Wojslav what he remembers during his time here. Aww. Cutie. Place is a mess. How sad. Door's stuck. We can't get through this way. Well, I guess we're heading into the chapter house. Oh. Remember that being different. Oh. I can still see some of the figures. Dance of Death? What? These figures look new. Paint can be more than a few years old. Someone's been adding to this. Well, they did mention someone stealing paint. He's wrong. Who would add new figures to the Dance of Death, and why? These look like people from the town, from here. People who died. Yep, I think there's the Baron. There's Baron with the like goat thing. That must be the Baron. That's Otto. Wait, is that's the innkeeper's wife? And someone's here. Hello? Who are you? Well, let's have a look around this place first. Okay, not much more other than that. Door! Whoever was watching me must have opened it. I don't like this. I think I've seen everything left of the Abbey. I want to get out of here. Pretty music stop too. God damn it. When did it start snowing? God bless you, Magdalena. God bless you, Sister Gertrude. How are you faring? The sisters and I have been praying since Father Thomas informed us of your father's attack. Oh, I thought it might be something like about our visit to the Abbey, but I guess not. We're incredibly courageous to run to Dr. Stoltz so quickly, especially when the attacker could have been about. I didn't even think of that. I acted on instinct. I only knew that help needed help as soon as possible. There's no doubt that the Lord gave you the presence of mind in that moment. I lit an extra votive candle in St. Seisha's shrine for each of you this morning. Small candles lit during prayer in churches symbolizing a specific offering or request on the behalf of the prayer giver. Ed says that the pain has gone down, but Dr. Stoltz is worried about a brain hemorrhage. I might have some psyllium left in the herb hut. If you blend it with broth or warm wine, it will heat his brain and prevent infection. Pray, you're right. I'm trying to keep busy with the mural, but sometimes I just want to cry. Lord hears your tears, Magdalena. Take solace in his everlasting goodness. He will turn this for good, no matter what things look like now. He sees beyond time itself, but we are constricted by the present. Been around long enough to see his fruits, even when I thought the devil had burnt the fields. Keep faith, Magdalena. Just wish this never happened at all. God bless you, sister. God bless you, Magdalena. Hey, can I get the shit? No. Oh well. I guess time to head back then. Not going in there. Okay. I mean, I guess we might as well talk to Father Thomas. Don't really think he'll help us translate the book, but maybe he'll, like, talk about, like, the saints and stuff. God bless you, Magdalena. And God bless you, Father Thomas. Do you have a moment? Of course. What can I help you with? I wanted to ask you about Tassing Saints. I'd like to represent them in the Rathaus. I'm thrilled to hear. The Saints will make a wonderful centerpiece for the murals. No, not as a centerpiece, simply as part of Tassing's history. Of course. I consider our saints to be central to Tassing's history. Kearsarge's too. But you know, there's one saint you're overlooking. Like this. Why, the Blessed Virgin, of course, you see. Mary. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint. And she visited one of the peasants here in Tassing centuries ago. Virgin Mary appeared in Tassing? Why? Yes, she appeared to give a message. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields behind us had 3 visions of Mary. And the first, she told him that she had wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freising that she had appeared. The peasant travelled down to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. That's not a short trip. It certainly is not. But the peasant had received a holy vision. What else could one do in the face of a divine revelation? Well, when you put it that way, the peasant returned to Tassing and had another vision in the field. Virgin showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw down a sheet of birch bark and bring the drawings to the Bishop of Freising. The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hand. It was the same image that the bishop had seen in the room 3 nights earlier. He met with the peasant, who told him of the 2 apparitions he had seen here in Tassing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story, and he came here, to Tassing. The bishop came here? He did? It's the only time the bishop has ever come to Tassing. And when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build a church. She told the bishop to support the town. No idea that's where all of this came from. It's not a story I tell much anymore. Suppose the people here think of Moritz and Seisha, their connection to this place. Mary is such a core part of their prayers that they forget about a particular Mary. But in any case, Our Lady's demands were so clear, so the bishop helped fund the creation of this church. People of Tassing have been using it ever since. Not from Tassing. How did you hear the story? True, I'm not. The people told me when I came. And the former priest told them when they were children, and so on. priest and the flock have shared the responsibilities of passing on the story over the centuries. Thank you for the story, Father Thomas. Have I convinced you to include the saints prominently in the mural? I'm still considering it. Well, if deliberation fades you, perhaps you will find that prayer gives you greater clarity. God bless you and your work, Magdalena. God bless you, Father Tom. Also, I should get back to the Rathaus and get to work. 1 second. No? Hello, Father Thomas. Can you spare a moment? Yes, of course, Magdalena. What's it? What is it? Well, I found this book, but I can't read the Latin very well. Could you help me translate it? A whole book? Oh dear. Can't afford that much time away from my duties right now. The Christmas sermon is coming up, and I've already fallen behind on that with preparations. Could the matter wait, perhaps? I'd be happy to look it over after the festivities. I suppose. Good. Mary, Mother of Jesus. Her painting has been here as long as I can remember. Guess what, left? But I guess I can't talk to him about the cats right now. Hi, Magda. Afternoon, Martha. You're visiting the smithy? Yes, Andres is helping me make something for Dad. Dad loves his morning walks, but his leg starts aching after a while, so we can't go far. I've been given a challenging project, to say the least. Surprised Bartos hasn't mentioned this to you, Magda. He's very fond of you, always praising your clever ideas. I would appreciate it if he did it to my face. Hardly a word from him that's not critique. It's because he respects you. Knows you're bright, trusts you to take his words and learn from them. Lucky Magdalena. I still wouldn't mind a good work, Magda, every now and then. So what's this project you've been working on, Martha? Bartos came up with a kind of supportive frame for Dad's leg, inspired by the quiz and grief. He hopes it could help Dad put less weight on the injury. And with this, maybe it'd be possible to help him move around without so much pain. The sign requires all manner of metal parts, so... I hope I'm up to the task. Some of the smaller bits may be a problem. Have faith in you, Andres. This design sounds intricate. Exactly like something Bartos would come up with. Be brilliant. Dad needs the encouragement. He becomes so much sadder when autumn arrives. I haven't actually told him about any of this yet. I want it to be a surprise. A gift for Christmas, if all goes well. Hope it does. Good luck, Martha. Thank you, Magda. We talk more soon, alright? Of course, be well. Didn't expect some things to get so Christmassy. This stream seems sort of appropriate. I mean, let's see if Klaus got anything new to say, and then we ought to head to the, or maybe, I don't know, does Artemis? No? Like, I was sort of wondering if maybe she'd, like, have something to say about, snooping around the abbey or something, like, any tips and tricks. Oh, Clara's helping out. Magdalena, dear! Hello, Clara. Thank you again for helping me look after the house. I can tell you how much more time this gives me to work on the mural. Oh, it's no trouble. You have your hands full as it is. I know. Dad really enjoys the company while I'm working too. Ah yes, sleeps most of the day, but he's been in good spirits whenever I drop in on him. Did he keep the clean house too? Well, aside from the workshop, but I can't blame you for that. Left it. I've left that to you to take care of. I don't want to damage any of your supplies. Thank you, Clara. Truly, you've been such a blessing to us both. Oh, you're such a dear, Magdalena. God bless you. Okay, that's cute. Okay. Time to head to the rat house. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the bakery? Let's grab it up too. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, somebody's hopefully sobering up. Magdalena, what do you want? Hello, Dr. Schwartz. I have a book here, and I can read it very well. I was wondering if you could help me translate it. No. But No, Magdalena, I can't be bothered by your lack of literacy. Just need a moment, please. God damn you! I said no. Leave. Jesus. Well. Guess that's that for that then. Magdalena. Dr. Stolz? So you're doing quick work with the mural, eh? So you're doing quick work with the mural, eh? I hope that doesn't make you sloppy. Well, I've rigged the scaffolding. Trying to finish it in time for that, you understand? You'd best work quickly then. He doesn't have much time left. Thanks for the encouraging words as always, Doctor. In any case, the council wants to hear what you're doing. I've been researching the early Christian history of Tassing after the Romans left. Learning how people settled in the ruins, how the abbey was founded, why our saints are so important to us. It was a lot to take in, but I've settled on my subject. And? Paid the Bavarians, settling among the Roman ruins, starting the Christian history of Tassing. You may find that ignoring the saints in favor of such a mundane portrayal of events is unwelcome. And so, I suppose it is an important step in the history of Tassing. Remember, the mural isn't for your benefit, but to make Tassing look good. Good. After this section, there's still so much work to do. I haven't even figured out how I'm going to portray the revolt. Ah, yes. I imagine it poses difficulties that the other murals do not. It's a strange thing to tell a story that still lives in the hearts of so many people here. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it. They've all just locked it away. Sounds like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it then. Oh, Dr. Stolz. Yes? Have you ever seen someone lurking around the Abbey? Or heard about it? I haven't been up to the Abbey in years, and no, I haven't heard of anything like that. Why? I've seen someone following me. A few times. No, I don't know anything about it. Now if there's nothing else? No, good night, Dr. Stolz. Good night, Magdalena. Oh. I only have to find a part of the mural to finish. How should I paint the revolt? They'd always talked about how the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days. But what was his name? The name I can remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came to Tassing when that Baron was killed. Jakob Estler. Maybe he wrote an account of the revolt as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask. Of course I need to write back to Esther too. I'll write to them tonight before bed. But let's see. Probably not. I mean, it would seem like Klaus might be an important source of information, but probably not too talkative, feeling too talkative right now, which is fine. Fair enough. Just wondering if maybe I can talk to Wojciech now? Oh. Well, then let's just write. As far as I'm aware, there's like not much going on at night time. Or like in the evening here. Maybe in the like Landshaus. Doesn't really look like it. Hello again. Okay. But a bit weird to have like an extra cutscene for that, I guess. Okay. Time to write. Alright, where to begin? I'll write to the Archdeacon, Jakob Estler, and see if he can tell me about the revolt. I'll write a letter to Esther too. I hope the courier can make it through the passes before winter. Jakob Estler, formerly Archdeacon of Freising. My name is Magdalena Druckerin. I'm an artist in the town of Tassing in Upper Bavaria. I believe you passed through our community when you investigated Baron Rotfogler's murder at Kirsau Abbey in 1518. Do you remember anything about that case that the people in Tassing might not remember? In particular, do you remember anything about someone writing notes to provoke the killer? I've appeared in Tassing in subsequent years, seemingly harbingers of death. Thank you for any help you can give. Magdalena Druckerin. I do wonder how that, like that would work, the whole Reichspost system, because it doesn't really seem like there's like proper addresses at this time, so you like just write the name and work of the like employment of the person, on the letter and like hope they figure it out on their own? Never really thought about that. Dearest Esther, I hope you are well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Simon. And Elisha too, of course. And your parents. It warms my heart to know that your family is doing so well. By the time this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have unfolded Tassing. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized the workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have to worry about that in Prague? You've said it snows, but I always imagined it was warmer in the winter. Dad's condition is so much worse, and he's in so much pain. Dr. Stoltz has been... well, he's a useless asshole. Only God knows why he's such a bitter old man, but he's neglected Dad almost entirely. Some days he doesn't show up, and even if he does, he just snaps instructions at me and rushes off. I just wish I understood why. I worry about Dad. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much we can do alone. He's not going to make it, and there's nothing I can do. Christ, I'm scared, Esther. The mural is progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone is following me. I keep seeing this figure around town. They explored the mines to see Tassing's early history, then again in the Abbey ruins. If it's the person who attacked my dad, why are they following me? It's the strangest thing. Given me a fright a few times already. But I don't mean to worry you. Nothing's happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. Only good news I can share at the moment is that the mural is almost finished. Should have it completed by Christmas, or soon after, before the new year at least. And perhaps, at long last, I shall be able to visit you and meet this Simon. Anyways, I fear that this will be my last letter of the year. Rice post has already been laid, and reported worsening snows through the passes. Seem to be stepping into a harsh winter. Stay warm and give my regards to your family and Simon. Yours always, Magda. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, I think we just ought to head to bed now. How did this get here? Oh boy. Just like the note Dad found. It's doing this. I have a feeling I'm going to find out sooner or later. Need to ask Dad about this. It can't be a coincidence. He's been so weak. I don't want to upset him. Just need to wait for the right time. There is a right time. Are there any spooky figures about? No. Hey, Max. It feels like in the third year, like, I don't know. I feel like there's like a lot more. I don't know. I feel like in the first two parts of the game, like there was like a lot more happening at any given time. It like always felt like I was missing out on something, which, you know, I didn't really like it. It made me very like it. Made me kind of nervous, but like I was missing out on stuff all the time. But seems like a bit disappointing that there isn't really much happening in the evenings this time around. If that makes sense. I guess I sort of preferred that anxiety over just feeling like the game just like gives me the ability to walk around town because it doesn't want it to make it too obvious. There isn't really like it just expects me to press the move on button. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's also because it's like covering a much longer period of time, anyways. Like, in the first parts, it always felt like I was about to. Like, whenever I tried to do something, like a million other things would happen, and then the time limit started, and I was like always very anxious about everything. But, you know, just something I noticed. So I'll go to sleep. Or maybe I'm just missing all the cool stuff happening at night. Because I, like, don't go to the screen where cool shit is happening. Okay. So times are passing. And we're on the 4th December. Mr. Druckheim, only one letter for you today. Oh, good like a little stylish scarf there. Pass is nigh impossible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse and me. Anyway, happy Advent, my dear. Thank you. Same to you. Ah, a reply from Jakob Estler. Mistress Druckheim, I do recall the Rothfolger case, though it has been over a decade since I have served as an archdeacon. I'm no longer associated with the office of the Prince Bishop. In fact, I am no longer associated with the Catholic Church. If you do not mind conversing with the Lutheran, I will tell you what I remember. Ooh. Didn't expect that. The notes you mentioned do stir something in my memory. One of the men I questioned at Kieser was an artist from Nuremberg, Andreas Mahler. Imagine finding notes written in a fine hand inciting individuals to violence against the Baron. While the scope of my investigation was too narrow to look into the matter, it did concern me. Finding more notes now, after so many years, must mean that the author is still active. If this is the case, a serpent has lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. It may lay there still. What causes this serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I feel that finding an answer to that question may draw you into its reach. However, if you are determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. The serpent merely sleeps. It may be dangerous to poke into its old resting place, if this has been of some help to you. May God bless you and keep you safe. Jakob Estler. Huh. Didn't figure him for like a closet Protestant, but I guess it only goes to show how little you know, or how time changes people. No reply from Esther this time. Must have been delayed due to the heavy snow. Postman said I wouldn't receive any more letters until spring. Better get back to the Rathaus then, still more work to be done. And Christmas is coming nearer and nearer. Oh boy. Very near even. Good morning, Dad. Finally caught up on the mural, and now I can start. Now I can start final part today. I promise I get it done. Magdalena, I'm proud of you. Thanks, Dad. Sorry, Dr. Stoltz said you can't come to the festivities tonight. Know how much you love the Perchtenlauf. Dramatic folk ritual celebrated around Christmas time in which townsfolk dress as Perchten and drive evil spirits from the town to protect it in the coming new year. Ah, as always next year. Right. How are you feeling? Dr. Stoltz said he would come by again today. Fine. Fine. I'm fine. Maybe I should stay home with you today. No, Magdalena, if you want to work, you should work. It's alright. In fact, I suppose I lifted today. It's Christmas Eve, after all. Of course. What's wrong? Dad, I found a note back in November. A note? What do you mean? It was like a note I found in your plans for the murals. There's a scrap of parchment. It looked like it came out of an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple ink. It just said, stop. You know where they came from? Who wrote them? Magdalena, Oh god, that must be Ernst. He said he dropped by with more firewood. You know something I'd like you to tell me, alright? I know, I will. Can we talk about it later? Dad, I'll tell you, I promise. Alright. I'll be back later. Good, take care of yourself out there. Oh, that's... Right, so actually the revolt of 1525 was the revolt we already experienced, so I guess it's like about uncovering the history. For a second there I was very worried that there's going to be another one right now. Morning, Magdalena. Ooh, morning, it's cold out, isn't it? Yeah. Freezing. Makes me envy Nico. Able to stay inside all day. Even Andres has a forge to keep him warm. Anyway, here. Brought some firewood for you and your dad. Thank you, Ernst. You're welcome. So, how's your dad? Think he can join everyone for Christmas Mass? Think he'll stay in bed tonight. I'll do my best to be there. I need to keep working on the mural, though. Working on the final section. About the Peasants' Revolt, right? Feels weird to talk about. In fact, testing so much, but we were just kids. Can't remember what happened since I was just a baby. Never even knew my dad. That's what makes it difficult. I need to ask those who were already adults by that night, but don't want to touch rumors. What if you spoke to people while everyone was preparing for the Christmas festivities? Clara sometimes talks about that night. Mom too. Might be able to ask them. Altstaff and Matilda are the only two Benedictines left in Tessing. Maybe they talk to me. I didn't think of that. Still, the mural is for Tessing, not the old abbey. Agnes has always been in Tessing, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. I wonder if she'd talk about it. It's your project, Magdalena. Might be worth a try. I wrote to the old Archdeacon about it too. Thinks that the Baron's murder and Otto's death are connected to the revolt. Huh? Did he think that? Don't really remember that. The who? Killed. Oh, never mind. I figured it out somehow. Thanks for the wood. See you later, Max. Ugh. That's just right. I should start talking to people around town. Better get started if I want to talk to everyone before the Perchtenlauf. Well, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Let's talk about how people that talk about people that died. Let's talk to Father Thomas. I'm sure he's going to be very forthcoming. Wait, he's not here. Can you believe it? My music teacher didn't like it. Didn't think I was like very good at it. Well, seems a lot more peaceful with everyone being in, like, not as many people being around. I guess because there's like no fields to tend to. Hello, cow. Oh. Well, there's like a lot of people. Anyone in the bedroom? Oh. So, I guess this is where Apollo and Artemis stay. Also, what was that? Hey, Magdalene. Like, what was up with the frogs? I wonder. I wonder what's up with that. There's that, like, will come up again. Everyone just say sorry. Hello, Magdalena. I would have thought you'd be working on the mural today. What brings you here? I would like to sit with you and ask how you remember the rebellion so that I can paint it, if that's alright. Ah, that was a sad time. But it will help you memorialize those we lost in the revolt, yes. I'll answer a few questions. I don't mind. I was a little older than you, so I'd probably remember more, Magdalena. Of course, Magdalena will tell you all you want to know. I've been looking forward to seeing the mural for months. Come now, sit with us. Now that you're all settled, what did you want to know? Did the revolt have anything to do with the other murder that happened in Tarsing? Oh, the murder of the Baron, you mean? No, not really. I only remember that Andreas attempted to be a peacekeeper in both situations. I suppose that's when things started going poorly. I tried, okay? Yes, after Prior French was discovered as a witch, people weren't as willing to trust the Abbey anymore. And the Abbey became more severe. He didn't like that the Prior's death threatened his control of Tassing. I still think that the old Prior cursed the town. That's when crops started failing. I don't know about any of that, but taxes and restrictions and his attitude towards us became harsher after that. It was all we could do to live by them, but it eventually became too much. And with all the restrictions, was the revolt really justified? I keep hearing conflicting stories about how it began. I know things were bad for the peasants, but was it worth all the loss? You wouldn't remember it, Magdalena. But the abbot forced us to starvation. Would have died either way. We did everything we could to keep things from getting violent, but the Lord had other plans. Remember how sick and hungry I was all the time? Grandpa kept saying it hadn't always been like that. I was fine until Hannah, Nico's wife, killed Otto because she feared what would happen if the abbey shut down. Well, my husband wouldn't let that rest. We all wanted justice. When that soldier arrived and threatened us, all the townsfolk pulled away, except for you and Ulrich. Gret. Oh, Clara, I'm afraid even I was intimidated and begged Ulrich to leave the matter be. My husband alone stood with the peasants. Are the peasants rewarded? So many people died, they must have known it wouldn't succeed. Father knows what's up. A harsh lot. His roots in Texas left many of the family starving. By then, we were so starved and wanted justice so much, Peter truly thought success was possible. There was still some discussion. Ulrich and Andreas wanted peace. And that fucking Miller protected that bitch. He always hated her. Thought he was better than us. Ursula, language. What, Mom? It's true. Leonard even shot Ulrich out of nowhere. Was unprovoked? Yes, Leonard always did hate the rest of the townfolk, and he would take advantage of anyone he could. My husband sought peace to the last. He was a martyr to us. I think the Miller shot Ulrich to retaliate, but after that, Peter couldn't be stopped. We'd lost too much. The burning of the abbey was a grim night, and the soldiers coming in. Men fought to protect us, to protect Tassing. Many died in that fight. But we got rid of the abbot and all the monks, at least. Yes, that is some comfort, if only a little. Are there any heroes of Tassing I should memorialize? That, definitely. He always wanted the best for Tassing, even if he acted rashly by setting fire to the abbey. Hope you can portray him in the best light, Magdalena. I'd rather not talk about that night anymore. I hope we provided enough insight for your work. You did, thank you. I'll let you get back to work. Thank you, Magdalena. I'm certain the mural will be beautiful. Oh, sorry to be such a downer, Gret. Hmm. No one in here. I guess we might try talking to Bartas, and he was around back there too. Not sure how much he actually remembers, but hey, maybe even to talk to Dr. Stoltz. Okay, I guess not, if he's not in. Okay, I guess not. Well, Magdalena Drucker, I didn't expect to see you today. How's your father? He's doing better today. Oh, wonderful. Thank God. What a wonderful gift on Christmas. Oh boy. Now then, is there something we can help you with, dear? I have a small favor to ask. I don't know, I feel that would be a bit, like stepping on some toes. Oh, go on then, spit it out. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd like you all to recount what you remember of the revolt. Nearly done with my mural, but I need more details. I was so young I don't remember much of that night. Oh, for that project of yours in the Rathaus. I'm afraid I won't have much good to say about the matter, but alright. Come sit down, Magdalena. Don't worry about helping with the wreath. Took me years to get the technique up to Mom's expectations, so you're better off not helping. Ha! always did fine, Brigitte. So, Magdalena, what do you need to know to finish the mural? I was hoping to ask you more about the reward. All I can remember was the flames when the abbey burned. What part of the reward? The abbot starving us out of our house and home? Otto's murder? I doubt that would be a good painting. Thought there was an attempt to talk to the abbot. It was, until Otto was killed. After that, the monks shut themselves up in the abbey library. Meanwhile, that bastard abbot only ever cared for how many pennies he could get out from us. Brigitte, don't forget to twist the ends in. Can't have it looking like a Christmas hedgehog. I'm getting them, Mom. I've looked after Martin and Croft well enough, haven't I? I can manage this. Yes, well, after your father died, I've got no one left to nag besides you and that husband of yours. Thank God I have the both of you, as a matter of fact. Let an old woman have her vices. Getting house was a bit sad. Dirk always gets quiet at this time of year. But it's Christmas! Yes, it's Christmas, but the Gärtners have struggled for a long time, even after Peter died. Tassing's lost a good number of folk over the years, and feast days and celebrations make it harder to bear. You mean the revolt, right? The revolt, the murders, that fool Andreas had to meddle in everything. Didn't do too much good, if you ask me. Sorry. Dad said that Master Mahler made some mistakes, but that he was seeking justice for everyone in town. Yeah? You like only ever talk about all the guys I probably wrongfully accused and got killed, but like never talk about the time when I like told that one boy like that, his paintings were cool. And I think your father's right in that, and yet it already mattered enough in Tassing after the Baron's murder that he had more sway than he knew. Could understand it the first time. He wanted to save the old monk. I dare say he saw him as a father. It was proven the prior was a witch, so I suppose he did some good for Tassing then. I think Wojciech might be the only person left in Tassing who even remembers the old prior. That's when the trouble started, I say. Townsfolk saw a monk killed, and the abbot was incensed. And came the reward, and Andreas Mahler happened to show up near the day of Otto's murder. It always says the townsfolk didn't stand with the peasants as long as they should have. Well, I wouldn't begrudge Klaus his opinion, even if he's wrong. A shame it had to happen at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Not Wojciech would be the only one to know what happened inside the old church now, before the fire. Some like to say things were always this bad, that violence was the only way, but it wasn't. I've got worse over the years. It wasn't like this when I was a child, not in my grandparents' time either. Sure, the abbot was pinching the townfolk and peasants were suffering, but to go against the church? Like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. And things got better in the end, right? Even if so many people died. What kind of good comes from violence? Never seen Peter so angry. Soldier even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. So, nothing got better? At all? No, not as I see it. The Lord is just as severe as the abbot was, and threatens force at every turn. That's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something and nothing changes. They're the luckier. They died, believing they changed something. We're stuck with the harsh reality. It's all you've known, Magdalena. You've grown used to it. We all have. Oh. I see. Like I said, not the best piece for a mural, huh? Well, I want the mirror to be as accurate as possible. Ah, then I'm never setting foot in the Rathaus again. Oh, hush, Veronica. I'm sure Magdalena will paint it beautifully. Good luck, Magdalena. Oh, well, that was an honor. Look, I'm trying my best. Again, never had any bad intentions, I swear. I guess but like, I don't know. I feel like we ought to talk about to Gertrude and Wojslav and all the others. Let's check out the Abbey, actually. Maybe we ought to get like Paul's opinion or remember memories. And Elsa, you know? I mean, I probably would be sort of a downer, but you know. Magdalene! Hello, Meg. Okay, I guess they're not really willing to talk. Okay. Sort of figured they might have some important information there. It's Alexander and Kazimierz. Well, if it isn't Magdalena, learning everyone's name during your stay. Alas, it appears the good people of Tassing are the only audience I will have until the pass is clear. Seems only right that I attempt to put myself on friendly terms with you and your neighbors. How are you finding Tassing? Everyone has been quite kind and no one has thrown anything at me for my music. Considering the circumstances, I'm counting that as a success. To admit, I was quite upset that I missed my opportunity to sing at the Meistersinger competition. Members of a guild for lyric poets, composers, and singers of unaccompanied art songs. Meistersingers perform in regular competitions, often held at a Rathaus or church. You practiced so much for it. Yes, it's hard not to view the last year as a waste. Really? The whole year's a waste? It seems like it. I don't know, maybe I will view it differently sometime. I felt like everything was built up to this one performance and now it's not going to happen. Well, you have an audience here, the people of Tassing. And perform for them I will. I love performing for people wherever I go. When I sing for people, I want to move them. I want to see it on their faces. It's only in that moment that I can connect with them. That's the only truth I know. Meistersinger judges will rate me as they will, but that's not why I want to perform for them. I want to move the masters the way they move me. Does that make sense? I suppose I make art for my own satisfaction. But certainly if travelers didn't enjoy the art your father prints, they wouldn't buy it. Maybe they buy it for the words, in spite of the art. I think you're being modest, and maybe you're just making the art that you want. Still, we can't help but be influenced by how we were trained, how we were praised. Consciously or unconsciously, we're all shaped by those who came before and those who surround us. I'm sorry, just feeling a bit melancholy, I suppose. It's a long night. I suppose you're right, all that darkness. Perhaps the Christmas feast will lift my spirits. Will I see you there? Absolutely, almost everyone in town should be there. I look forward to it. Until then. Hello, Magdalena. Hello again, Kazimierz. Are you finding Tessing's winter? Okay. Go down on Würzburg. People are nice. Are you looking forward to the Christmas feast? Yes. Very interesting that he's like one of the few people who you like can't just rush through his dialogue, you know, by just clicking over. Wonder if that's like some sort of conscious choice on this developer's part. Alexander is upset about missing the competition, but it will be nice to perform for a large crowd. I'm sure everyone will love it. It's not often we get musicians of your skill in Tassing. Yes, Hans? Hello, Magdalena. Oh. Okay. God bless you, Magdalena. Hello, Václav. I've an odd question for you. Oh? When I was exploring the abbey for the mural background, I stumbled upon some stray cats. Were there a lot of cats during your time? Yes, as a matter of fact, there were. There were always cats around the abbey, but one summer they started begging for food. Persistent little creatures. Why is he getting Scottish? I do not know. Brother Lucas swears he never fed them, but I have my doubts. Well, they seem to have made the abbey their home now. Ah, good for them. Seriously, at least someone is making you... I was like going for some sort of Slavic accent, but not as the same sort of Slavic. I don't know. At least someone is making use of that old structure. Thank you for telling me, Magdalena. Be well, Václav. God bless you and your father, Magdalena. Okay. Apparently, I guess this isn't really much of a spoiler, but I got you can't see it because when it records the game, it doesn't record the Steam overlay, but I just got an achievement for which said Fateful Sausage, which apparently is sort of implies that well, it says, let me check here. I learned the mystery of the cats, and I think that implies that it's because we gave the cat one sausage as Andreas that they are now all over the place, which I'm very fine with. Anyway, here's your turn. Ah, hello Magdalena. Hello Magdalena, how's the weather? Been prepping for the feast in here all day. Colder than usual. I'm glad to be indoors now. It's been colder than I remember it being for decades. At least we're in here where we can keep our fingers warm. You better keep your fingers out of my dough, Master Bauer. I didn't do anything. You've snuck your little fingers into my cookie dough 3 times today. Do it again and I'll wrap your knuckles with the back of my spoon. Don't anger Mistress Matilda, Simon. Yes, sir. Sorry, Mistress Matilda. You had enough dough to make cookies for the entire town. You can't be eating it all. Anyway, what did you come in for, Magdalena? Was hoping you could tell me what you remember of the revolt. I was too young to remember much of it. No one never seems to talk about it, and Mistress Matilda and Master Václav, you are the only ones left who used to live in the abbey. Oh, the ones who stayed, anyway. Matilda and I have been friendly enough with the people in town. Put it behind us in time. You can imagine the other brothers had little reason to remain. Old Addock made it out. I think Father Jeannot paid for him to go back to an abbey in Cornwall. I'm not sure what happened to the others. All gone, in any case. The whole thing is a sensitive subject, Magdalena. Why are you asking? talked to some others in town, but all the stories seem to conflict. I want to hear your perspective so I can paint the mural. There was so much going on that night. No wonder everyone remembers it differently. Wait, Magdalena here. Come cut out cookies with me first. That way we don't fall behind while we chat. We'd be grateful for the help. Alright, Magdalena, cut out cookies from the dough and set them aside so Simon can put them on a tray. You need a good number in a variety of shapes, so don't hesitate to change which cutter you use. We have to have enough for the whole town after all. Okay, so... okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I think I don't want to waste so much. For some reason it won't let me cut here. Oh well. Let's make a row of round ones. It. Maybe I can squeeze like one of these pigeon things. Okay. There we go. I feel like those, this is like a shape that's lends itself very easy to lead to making like a large amount of them. It's like like a very space-saving shape, I guess. No. How can I squeeze a heart in there? Pro bakings. Gameplay only. Ah. I wonder. I mean, that seems like there ought to be a bird in there. Okay, fine. I mean, I would totally, like, still make half a cookie. But I guess I'm just not that much of a perfectionist myself. Wonder if there's like an achievement for making like the most theoretically possible amount of cookies. Swear to God, if like anyone gets mad at me for these cookies, I'm going to punch them. I like put my heart and soul into those. Okay. Okay. I guess I'm all cookied out. F. Are you done? These look wonderful. Thank you. Okay. You're one of the good ones, Jutta. You can live. You can make more if you want, but it looks like we have enough. Let me try again. Alright, now don't forget, we need a lot of cookies in all the shapes, and don't stick to just one press. Bonk. that's... Come on, that's complete bullshit. There's like totally cookie dough there. Fine. Jesus. You grinch about it, won't you? Yeah. Okay. I didn't really do much better now. Are you done? Oh, so many of the same shape. I think it's fine. Think so? I hope we have enough. We'd better get going if we're going to have everything ready by the procession tonight. So, what can we tell you, Max? I heard the Landsknechts came into town before the revolt and warned everyone to leave the abbey alone. Could things really have been talked out, or was it too late by then? There were some people who wanted to talk. Master Muller worked hard to keep the peace, but after Otto was killed... Oh, Andreas. Shame how he died. We at the monastery were fond of him. Dad said he was instrumental in it. Sarah said she and the other peasant felt the same way. Yes, Andreas did a lot of good for Tassing, and Kisa too. Even if the old abbot failed to admit that. He even revealed corruption in our own midst. The old prior French had been doing witchcraft in the church. I still grieve that he died in the abbey fire. I know your father does too, Magdalena. But wasn't the revolt in general justified? Yes, I think so. We couldn't even collect in the forest without a fee. Ed kept saying we couldn't live with high and higher taxes. The night Otto died, the abbot was trying to excommunicate everyone for celebrating St. John's Eve. A lot of people thought the abbot killed him in revenge. Turns out it was Hannah, the innkeeper's wife. I still say she was pressured into it by the miller. Still, after Otto and Ulrich, that was too much. We burned the mill, with both bastards inside. Abbot promised to help if Andreas found the person who killed Otto. All we wanted was to talk. But didn't you just say that you just burnt down the mill? Yes, but only to protect ourselves. Leonard and Hannah will both murder us. It was too much for Peter. Leonard was everything. One thing. He just killed Ulrich, but to burn the abbey? But when the Landsknechts saw the fire, they thought they had another revolt on their hands. And Father Janot couldn't stop them. We all fled. Brother Florian saved as many as he could, but I guess Wojciech is now just Scottish now. I guess that's how it is. Peter was wrong to burn the abbey, but what the soldiers did, that was awful. We thought that knights were supposed to protect people, like in Pazulo. Rarely does real life match the heroism of stories, Magdalena. And now he's not really he's like losing his Scottishness already. Weird how that was. Dad died protecting me, stabbed in the chest. I don't even remember what he was wearing, but I remember how dark the blood was when we found him. Almost black and sticky, like treacle. Very cool. That's one of these words I only ever like read and never like heard actually spoken out loud. That sucked one of the soldiers in the face, but another was right there and... Magdalena, can we stop talking about this? Yes, thank you for talking to me. I do my best on the mural. Good luck. We'll see you at the procession later. Until then. Okay. Time to go to the commons for the passion of, but first I'll make, like, I want to make a little trip to the mill. I wonder, okay, it seems like we can only just walk, not run, but I wonder if that's like, okay, I guess we can't go to the convent. Can't talk to Sister Gertrude. Weird. But yeah, thing about only being able to talk, I can't actually remember if we... Ebbe is too snowed in. Okay. Fine. Like that we like only can walk slowly. I wonder if that's like on purpose or like a bug. Can't actually remember how it was like earlier before we got in there. Just noticed that now. Yeah, I mean it's not too bad. It's not like there were like any action sequences in the game. We had like to get to one place very quickly, so you know. Not really like we can do with walking. Christ, it's too damn cold. You shut your mouth, boy. Sorry. Getting in the mood for old Peter. Get all the phlegm up. Okay. Boy. You shut your mouth, boy. We've done this festival every year. You won't die standing here for 5 minutes. Oh, good. You made it, Magda. I was getting worried you would miss the procession. Truth be told, I'd rather be inside by the fire. Procession shouldn't take long, and we'll have a feast after this. I heard you had make some of the cookies too. Shh, it's starting. Oh, Pentiment looks so lovely. I'd love to be the bright saint one year, leading off all the demons into the woods. It's the only type of voice that'll follow you, Artemis. Apollo, stop that! Sorry, Mom. Christina, see the Perchten? Named after Germanic goddess Perchta, Perchten are supernatural creatures similar to devils who follow Perchta into the Wild Hunt. So scary. I don't like it. Dress? Go away. They're only costumes. Big masks that our neighbors are wearing, remember? It's so cold. Magdalena, would you want to be the bright saint or one of the Perchten? Oh, Perchten, it's so spooky. I think the mask would get stuffy, but it would be fun to take any part. You'll get your chance, don't worry. Nothing's done the Perchten off as long as I can remember. Everyone in town's been a part of the procession before. Well, except for you young ones yet. Wish Dad could be here. You see next year, surely. And you can go home and describe it all to him. beautiful as ever. It's goddamn long as ever. Well, at least we're going to eat after this. And there are. Oh, hey Max. Whatever. Max! Made it. I was worried for a minute. You'd skip out on the fun. Merry Christmas, Max. Merry Christmas, Eds. Oh, Bartos made a special batch of beer, and I heard you made cookies too. Jutta was complaining that there weren't many to go around. You better hurry if you want to taste the toils of your labor. I didn't know. I thought we did plenty. I just wanted, if it had just been me and I wasn't streaming, I would have made cookies for hours on end, but I wanted to move the plot along because we've been at this for a while, so really, you shouldn't blame me, you should blame my viewers. Also, celebrity culture in general. Alexander and Kaz look like they're going to play something too. Oh, I hope they play Christborn on Christmas Day. That's my favorite. Which one is that? We sing it every year. We sing all of them every year, Max. I can keep that straight. Hey! Everyone listen up. Jörg would like to speak. Yes. Thank you, Veronica. On behalf of the Town Council, I wanted to thank everyone for coming tonight. Speech! I'm getting to that. This year has been tough on all of us. We've had more snowfall than anyone can remember. The early frost gave us a small harvest. Folk haven't come through the pass as often. Nico, you've been short of customers, and we've all missed the trade. Alexander and Kazimierz, you've been kept from your journey. Nazio, the shows has kept you from returning home. And I know we've all felt the lack of Klaus in town as he's been bedridden these past few months. And yet, the Lord has blessed us with each other. Cheerful guests and good company. Cheers! Amen. Thanks be to God. God bless. Even though this season has been rough, God knows we still have a lot to celebrate this Yuletide. Christmas time, referring to the pagan celebration of Yule on the winter solstice. Solstice or solstice? This term was Christianized to refer to Christmas time. Andres, you've made tools we couldn't have gone without. Just practicing my trade. Dr. Stoltz. Dr. Stoltz, you've kept us all in good I feel like I had a different voice for Big York earlier. Still deep, but sort of more, good-hearted, giant, deep, I don't know. Dr. Stoltz, you've kept us... But I can't do it. Dr. Stoltz, you've kept us all in good humors. A proof of my experience, Jörg, in such cruel weather. So, this was from the council, not to it. It's Werner. He can't go a day without someone puffing him up. Magdalena, you've painted the mural for us. Despite some doubts from the town council, I am happy to say the mural is nearly complete. Yes, right. Alexander and Kazimierz, you spread good cheer in the early winter nights. Our pleasure, truly. And, especially tonight, I think we should thank Bartos for making such a wonderful beer for all of us to enjoy. Huzzah! Hooray for Bartos! Here, here! No, please. Yazio helped me tremendously. It's thanks to him, really. Ah, well, grazie, grazie. And thanks to our Lord who has so graciously provided for this feast. Lord protect him. Yeah, thanks to man. Thanks to the man's people. Casimirs and I shall play later in the evening, so please come to us with songs, if you have one in mind. Sing the shepherds with... Well, that's it, everyone. If I may, Jörg, I'd like to bless this great feast our Lord has provided for us. Of course, Father. Today we have come together to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Just as our Lord has provided for us with this meal, so too did Christ provide us with the bread of life. So please join me in prayer. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen, 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 amen. That's an amen from me, man. Now, please, everyone. I know Balthus made a fine beer, but remember that temperance is a virtue. Celebrate the Christ child as though his manger were here with us. The whole point that there wasn't any room in the inns. It's really reaching this here, isn't he? Merry Christmas, everyone. I guess now Big Jörg is just Santa. Okay. Ho, ho, ho. Finally, let's eat. I wonder where Thomas was going, but hey, let's talk to everyone else. Magdalena, you finally came over to say hello. So you've decided to use my full name now, have you? You asked me to. You've never listened to me before, no. He's playing nice in front of us. Hello, Magdalena. Happy Christmas Eve, Till. Magdalena, how good to see you. How's that mural coming along in the Rathaus? Almost finished with it, I hear. That's right. Last I heard about it, you were still working on the middle section, the history of the saints, right? Oh yeah, I might have told Mother Francisca that I wanted to become a sister so I could see inside. Oh, Magdalena, you didn't! Wait, you don't really want to be a nun though, do you? So what if I do? So you'd rather be shut up with a bunch of other women for the rest of your life? Maybe? Bet you'd like that kind of life though, wouldn't you? Hey, that's not... Just thought you'd get bored reading the Bible all day. You like being a pain in the ass too much. That's... What? She's egging me on. Anyway, Magdalena, what are you painting on the mural now? I'm working on depicting the real world, but I think I angered Agnes when I asked her about it. That's right, you were just a few years old then. God, has it been that long? Don't worry about Agnes. She acts cranky, but she's never truly upset with anyone. Took years for Tassing. It took years too for Tassing to recover after that night. Thank God we've come a long way since then. Otto would be proud of what the town has accomplished. It's a shame he died without seeing what the town became. It is. I pray that St. Maurice has blessed him in heaven for all the work Otto did in his name. I'm sure that the Lord has made a space for him, Eva. No, Magdalena? I think he would be especially proud of you for memorializing Tassing in the mural. He would be thrilled to think that you'd become a part of the family. I'm honored you think so. Of course, Ed has been charmed by you for years now, and I don't blame him. You're a beautiful young woman. Oh boy. Mom! We'll have to speak with Klaus, of course, but you and Ed are a good match. Right, mention it to Dad? Anyway, I don't mean to keep you chatting away with us older folk. Have fun and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Eva, too. Merry Christmas, Utz. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Max. Awkward. Well... Okay, I'm just going to go run out into the snow and keep running forever. Because I can't handle that much awkwardness. Or I might talk to Andres instead. Hello, Andres. Happy Christmas, Magdalena. Magdalena, dear. Merry Christmas, Magda. God bless. Merry Christmas, everyone. How are you enjoying the feast? Utterly delightful. A hearty meal. Scottish. British. A hearty meal. A mug of Barter's latest brew. Anything a soul could wish for. Not really. It's everything your ample belly could wish for. I am as God made me in his infinite wisdom. No, that's more Irish. Look, I'm not really one for the accents, but I won't stop trying, so... you know. I guess you guys have that to look forward to. I'm sure the cookies I made proved helpful with the girls as well. Cookies? Did I miss out on cookies? Yeah, I already made them disappear. Avarice and gluttony, I see. You're a sinful man, Václav. I made sure to say many Hail Marys after the next confessional. I'm sorry for only making so few cookies. I thought everyone else was also making cookies. Jesus Christ, I'm a printer, not a cookie maker. It says plenty of Brezhnev. The brew is treating you well? A veritable salve against any affliction. Thank you. I can't do a proper Scottish accent, so I think I'll just do Sean Connery instead. And Vetter has undone himself. My God, it brings me such joy to look at the families gathered here tonight. The laughter of children running around, the love that brings the community together. We are blessed. Certainly better than all the arguing. As long as you have moments such as this to realize that we matter to each other. Well said, darling. To the four of us. Na zdravie. I don't have a drink to toast with. And toast with your heart. So happy I married you, Andres. I was inspired to come find you in Innsbruck. It was the most important day in my life. See, that's another good thing we did. We told Andres to go seek love out there. So, sure, we probably got the wrong people killed. And then we also, we got some people killed by wrongfully accusing them of murder. And then we also got them killed by, not stopping the reward, which, was sort of fed by us wrongfully accusing people of murder before. But, we, also made Andres very happy. So, who's to say if what we did was good or bad? Love at long last. We know the feeling, don't we, Václav? The path before us was filled with thorns and thistles, but we endured. Make sure to prepare for that, Magdalena. There will always be some thorns on the path. I do what I can. What's next for you, happy couples? Any plans for children? I wonder if that's like stepping on Matilda's toes. I'm not sure how old Resi is, but let's, let's leave that to them, actually. I do what I can. You'll do fine, you're strong and stubborn, just like your mother. I hope so. Well, I'll let you continue with the celebrations. Stay safe, dear. Make most of this night. You've earned it. Bless you, Magdalena. Enjoy the feast. God bless you. What? Merry Christmas, Werner. What's merry about it? Witnessing the friends and family coming together to feast? Family, friends. Needs that shit. Oh boy. Balthas, why do you hang out with them? By the grace of God, you do, Werner. Did I ask you, Balthazar? No, be merry, my friends. Drink and be merry. Finally, someone with some sense. You two have been fighting for years. Isn't right now the perfect time to resolve your disagreement? We are just that basic bitch who loves to watch drama, are we? Or are we the basic bitch that says nothing? Well, I think you already know the answer. No. I feel that shit may have said a while ago, Magdalene. Can't believe that. It's never too late. God has willed it. There's little you can do, my dear. What he said. Fine then, be this way. Gladly. Now, can I at least get myself another drink? Worry not, Magdalena. Just enjoy the feast. Perhaps a dance later, huh? We'll see. Until later, gentlemen. Well... I mean, they still... Sort of seems like they still keep hanging out with each other, so... Not sure what's going on with them. Merry Christmas, Magdalena. Enjoying the celebration? It's wonderful to see everyone together in such high spirits. Oh, even Smokey is there. Isn't it? Even Grandpa is enjoying himself. This winter's been difficult for a scout. Cold makes his joints cease. I told him he didn't have to come to the Persian loft, but he insisted. I've missed one Yule procession in my life, and it'll be goddamned if some snow stops me. See, now I can... That's the good thing about being sort of sick. I can do it like a perfect ill Peter. Oh god, we know, old man. Anyway, like Jörg said earlier, it's nice to have a night of good company and cheer. Thank you for mentioning my father in your speech, Jörg. He'll be glad to know he was missed. You're welcome, Magdalena. Klaus is a good man, and we all miss him as part of the community. To be honest, I didn't expect to make a speech tonight. I just thought about what happened in town this year. Really? Well, I kept insisting that someone make a speech, so... Paul said that I was the most charismatic of anyone on the council. He said that? Well, he said that I would make the least amount of people angry over it. Butter said it was my charisma. Smiled awkwardly. To be honest, I never thought I'd be someone people in Tassing listen to. But you've always been a part of the town council. You didn't always have a council, though. It wasn't until the night of the revolt, really, that I felt like I could do things on my own, be my own man. I loved my father, but what he did, I thought I'd have doomed the town. A lot of terrible things happened all at once. No one can shoulder all the blame themselves. No, but my dad chose violence. He chose to destroy the abbey. I always went along with him because he was my dad. Had to be right. That night was the first time I thought any different. I learned that night that you can fight for something right and still choose the wrong way to do it. I feel like I'm being caught out by that. I swore that I would never let that happen again. The road broke down everything I thought I knew about Tassing, about myself. It made a lot of things better for Tassing, and that makes me hopeful. What do you mean? Well, our new lord is strict, but he made a deal with us. Council lets us govern ourselves. As much as I was grumbling earlier today, Jack is right. Life changed in Tassing, and even though the first few years were hard, we're better for it now. No habit looking down on us, making stupid laws as he sees fit. A Lord lives days away. As long as we pay our taxes, we're left alone. It's a better life for Artemis and Apollo than we had. Don't you talk ill of my son, boy. He gave you everything he had. God rest his soul. Oh boy, that was a bit. I know, Grandpa. Choosing to live life differently than your dad was brave. I think you and the rest of the council have done a great job. Thank you, Magdalena. Done the best I can to do right by the town and Dad. Your son, you've done him proud, boy. Thanks, Grandpa. Anyway, I'm going for another pint. Anyone else? Yes, bring a picture. You've had enough, Grandpa. Humors might become unbalanced. Another for me, Jörg. Magdalena? I'll get myself another later, thanks. Alright, we'll see you later then, Magdalena. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas, dear viewers. Also. Hello, Magdalena. Happy Christmas to you. Good evening, Magdalena. Merry Christmas, you two. Ulrika, Andreas, say hello to Mr. Struckering. Hi. Hey. Oh, Andreas, don't be shy. You know Mistress Magdalena. Sorry, Magdalena. He's still a bit quiet. That's alright. There's a lot of commotion here tonight. Yes. I think Andreas is a little overwhelmed after the passion love. Oh, but the passion are here to help us, Andreas. They scare away all the evil spirits in the woods and keep us safe. Safe? We dress up like monsters so the bright saint can lead the real monsters into the woods and out of town. I still don't like them. I like them! Fuzzy heads! Shh, Ulrike, you can look at the mask later. How did you like your speech, Magdalena? It's a good reminder of everything we still have. We all needed to hear it. For Paul putting him up to it at the last moment, it was well done. Well, Rana insisted someone on the council make a speech. I didn't particularly want it to be me. But Jörg did it justice. You can always count on him to speak from the heart, especially a few drinks in. Truthfully, I think much of the town needed some encouragement tonight. Tassing hasn't had such a hot season since the revolt. Yes, I'm sorry. It's Christmas. We shouldn't speak of such sad times. I don't think anyone can avoid thinking about it. I can't. You may be right. The revolt left a scar running through Tessing even after all these years. Although there's an old Latin proverb my dad used to say to me, Mis aurum proat miseria fortis virus. Fire is the test of gold. Misery is the proof of strong men. Yes, precisely. There's no question. The revolt left Tessing worse off, but seeing the town now gives me hope. You're an artist, Magdalena. I think you can see it too. I think I do. Things seem brighter for Tassing, somehow. Yes, those miserable days gave us the resilience we needed to push ahead, to make things better. Next generation, like you, or Jutta and the twins, you saw what it was like to fight for ourselves. Stand up to tyranny, even at the cost of losing our homes and lives. To be honest, most nights I'm grateful for the revolt. Really? Oh yes. You wouldn't remember, but life was already terrible before that night. Wold burnt away the dead wood that had rotted Tassing for decades. God knows my father was an evil man. His death released me from years of fear. Wold gave me the courage to face him, to become better than him. I think something of the same happened when the Abbey was destroyed. Things had gone on as they always did. Well, I doubt we'd be having such a Yule feast tonight. Cost was high, but it resulted in just as much joy as grief. You really think so? God turns all things for good, even the darkest of nights. Because of the reward, I could marry Paul, and we can supply grain to peasants at a fair price. Our children will grow up without the fear that ruled over my life as I got older. Yeah, I did notice that people weren't like complaining about the miller as much. No moment in life is entirely good or bad, Magdalena. What matters more is how we choose to see it. I don't know. That's a wonderful way to look at it, Anna. Thank you. Oh well, it's something I learned from one of Father Thomas's sermons. Took it to heart when my father died. Don't forget to take some time to have fun tonight, alright? Mommy, I want another cookie. Shh, don't yell, Ulrika. I told you once already, sweetheart. There aren't any left. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't really expect it to matter how many cookies I made. There weren't many to begin with, and sharing is a Christian virtue, remember? But I want a cookie. Let's find you something else, alright? A warm mug of milk, I think. Excuse us, Magdalena. It seems we have drinks to fetch. Of course, Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas, Magdalena. Ah, Mistress Magdalena. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Alexander. Merry Christmas, Kazimierz. Enjoying the night? And very much so. Though by the time we had set down our instruments, the cookies had already disappeared. Haha! Jesus fucking Christ, could you guys stop bringing up the cookies? I am so very sorry about the cookies, okay? We're just setting up to perform. Did you have a particular song in mind you want us to play? Between the two of us, we know all the Christmas songs between here and Spain. What about Be Welcome to Us, Lord Christ? Or, I mean, what's like the number one tune we wanna hear? I guess it would be a bit early to demand Freebird, so... How about From Heaven Above to Earth I Come? The one written by Martin Luther? I don't oppose, but are you sure we ought to? Maybe you're right, I'll pick something else. Oh, it's like Good Christian Man Rejoice. A folk tune, one of Kazimier's favorites. Once Kaz and I play what we've prepared, we'll be sure to play that one. Merry Christmas, everyone. Since it is Christmas, Kazimierz and I wanted to share a special song with all of you in the spirit of giving. Please enjoy. Oh.
Nun singet und seid froh, unseres Herzens Wonne
What a fucking ball.
leuchtet als die Sonne, Matris in Gremio, Alpha es et O, Alpha es et O. O Jesu Parvule, nach dir ist mir so weh, tröst mir mein Gemüte, Ruhe Optime, durch alle deine Güte, o Princeps Gloriae, trae me poste, trae me poste.
Woo! Thank you truly. Please return to your drinks. We'll be playing all night. Happy Christmas. And now it's time to talk to Big Jörg once again. Hi, Magdalena. Sorry to bother you during the feast. Oh, hello, Jörg. Did you need something? Well, all the chatter around the revolt earlier had me thinking. You're nearly done with the mural, aren't you? Last time you talked with the council, you said you were working on the final portion, painting the revolt. I didn't mean to nag during the feast, though. That's Veronica's job. Should have done soon. I've been listening to people around town talk about the revolt so I can get a better idea of how to paint it. Everyone has a different idea of how that night happened. I think I finally settled on how I want to depict it. Yeah? I want to honor what the peasants stood for. I show Otto giving a speech and the soldiers in the distance. That's a good perspective. It shows what happened without being too detailed about, well, what happened. Sure, everyone will love it. Klaus would be proud of the design you've picked. Eva will like that especially. Anyway, I'll get out of your way. You've got better things to do. I think Ed was looking for you too. Always is. Think I'll actually go home for the night. I've had enough of Ed's flirting and I should check in on my dad. I'm a low from all of us, alright? I will. Good night, Jörg. Good night, Magdalena. I don't know. That came out a little bit harsher than I think. But hey. Was appropriate. Anything in the spooky woods. Okay. But I guess we can't get to the salt mine. I wonder if there's like... Sort of would seem like a waste if there's like nothing happening in these woods during this winter time. Considering how they like made extra new art for it and everything. I wonder what like Smokey does during the winter. I guess his hut is still there. God bless you and Merry Christmas, Magdalena. Oh, Merry Christmas, Sister Amelie. Were we bothering you with the noise next door? I almost, I like half remembered actually that. Like I was sort of sort of had half forgotten that she was there, or like had half assumed she like died during the time skip. No, not at all. Even people celebrating Christ's birth brings me great joy. Christmastide should be a heartening time of year for us all. I enjoyed seeing everyone feeling better about the future, especially after all Tessing has endured. The people here have suffered greatly, but we must always find hope in the midst of despair. It's fitting to celebrate Christ's birth on days with so little light and warmth. People need Christmas in the depth of winter to remind them that spring will return. And we will all have a chance to live again. Magdalena, who is that? Oh. Hey, you! Hey, wait! Please excuse me, Sister Amalie. I need to check on my father. Of course, God bless you. Thank you, Sister. Okay, good. I was like half tempted to talk to Ertz, but I guess now we've got more pressing matters. Also, someone here? Dad? Oh no. Oh, thank God. Magdalena, is that you? What's the matter? Oh, it's nothing, Dad. Just checking in on you. I always appreciate it. I'm worried about you, Magdalena. Worried about me? You're working too hard. I know taking care of me takes up so much of your time. And I know how hard you've been working on the mural. Wanted to finish it before Christmas. I know. Only an impossible task, given the size of the drought house. Well, maybe if you did just one wall. I'm not going to make it, Magdalena. It's not... Are you a doctor now? I've known Werner Stoltz long enough to know when he's going through the motions. He's never been kind, but there's a special coldness to him when he's attending to a dead man. It's alright. This is just life. I'm glad I'm going before you, even if it's sooner than either of us would like. I've already seen too much death in my time. Just wanted to show you what I could do. Wanted you to be proud of me. I have been, every day of your life. You've never needed to prove anything to me. I wish I could stay to see the mural when you finish it, but I don't need to. I know it will be more beautiful than anything these old hands have ever made. Almost. Don't say that. It's true though. I mean, I got along alright. But I always knew you would surpass me before long. You can always see things that I never could. See things and make them real. I'm trying. Doing it. Whether I die tonight or tomorrow or the next day, I'm not going to be here much longer. One morning you're going to wake up and you'll have to do things for yourself. Love things for yourself. And you'll have to share it with the world. Love is the only reason to do anything in this life. Oh, all this talking, too much. Could you bring me something to eat? Of course, Dad, you haven't eaten all day. And I missed the Christmas feast too. I can't believe no one brought me a cookie. Jesus. I'll go get some soup. I swear to God, I'm so sorry about the cookies, everyone. Klaus. I'm sorry, Klaus. About everything. You're here. Been trying to keep Magdalena safe. Been trying to figure it out this whole time. The fire, it's all I could think about. That and them. They've never left me. They're all still there, all in the dance of death. The Baron, Piero, Bernd, Anna, Peter, Otto, Kaspar, August. Now you. Bad? Oh boy. God, it's you. Who are you? What are you doing to my father? Magdalene, it's alright. It's alright. I'm sorry. I've forgotten my manners after all these years. You've likely forgotten my face, or what it once was. Magdalena, this is Andreas Mahler. What the fuck? Okay, back from the dead. And now you're here to kill my father? To kill me? No, I didn't attack your father. Not here to hurt anyone. Don't understand, Andreas. Where have you been all these years? Hiding from the world. In the ruins, mostly. Sometimes in the wood. When it was warm. Eating bread from Gret. Stealing books from you. Oh, sorry, I wasn't going crazy. It's the only thing that's kept my mind from forgetting what words are. Wait, how do you survive the fire? With some difficulty. I grabbed as many books as I could and threw them into the scriptorium. When the smoke got too thick, I started to black out. Next thing I remember was Caspar pulling me into the crypt. Apprentice? The boy? Sent him back to Salzburg. He didn't leave. Waited in the woods and watched what was happening. When he saw me in the window of the library, he ran through the crypt to save me. And he did. But he saw that I was trying to save the books and he went back in. Couldn't stop him. I was barely conscious. Never came back out, Klaus. When I woke up, everyone was dead or gone. Didn't face any of you. Couldn't go back to Sabine, that empty house. So I hid. You painted over the dance of death in the abbey. Turns out I had a reason to keep painting. Sorry if I scared you. I was coming into the abbey for years. I thought I was safe there. I was afraid to talk to you. Afraid to talk to anyone. Did you leave us those notes? The ones with the purple writing? Ah. No. Those were written by a different occult hand. One that does not want you to finish your mural. One that has killed and may kill again to stop you from telling Tassing's history. Tassing's history? Why? Because Tassing's real history is at odds with the stories we've all been told. Been covered bit by bit, layer by layer, until it could no longer be seen. But it's still here. It's always been here, hidden beneath our feet. Still protected, haunted by the specter of death that has hung over this place for generations. Red puller. Red puller? Beneath our feet? What are you talking about? The person who attacked your father is the same person who manipulated someone into killing Otto Zimmermann. And Lawrence Rothvogel. Yes, they traveled through the Roman aqueduct that connects Tassing and Kiersau. It's a network of tunnels I've become quite familiar with. They've seen the ghost that haunts them. They can squeeze through the tiniest opening. Seen it bend itself in half to reach places I could never follow. traveled along every inch of the aqueduct and the old city, but there's one place I have never found. Layer where the threat puller retreats to. The ancient Roman temple that it is determined to hide from view. The Mithraeum. You found it? No, but I mapped out the darkness between the collapsed tunnels. But I believe I know how to get there. Oh boy. Come with me. I'll show you. Now? A dad? He's a good man, Magdalena. You'll be safe with him. Will you be alright? Yes, I'll be fine. Protect my daughter, Andreas. With my life class, I promise. Alright, let's find the Mithraeum. Shit just got real. The Rathaus? What are we doing here? When the men dug the foundations, they found Roman ruins that had been buried over time. Lucky never wasted stones, so he used the Roman walls as one of the cellars. As a way side. To the hidden place. Are you alright? Yes. Alright, into the Rathaus Keller. Ratskeller? I don't know. Oh. Fucking hell. How's that for a twist? Huh. Didn't expect to see you there, old man. Alright. And what is different? Does that mean this is the place? No. It's two-sided and new and old. This was above ground once. It carried water. Look. Cornelius iret balneo et complet sextum gradum in Mitreo. Alright, I think I can make it out. Cornelius goes to the bath today and completes the sixth step in the Mithraeum. Yes, you see? No, I most certainly do not see, Andreas. No, there were cults of Mithras all over the Roman Empire. You know there was a Mithraeum in Tassing, but this is just some graffiti from an initiate. Does it help us? Well, here. Don't. A warning would be nice. Oh, sorry. I'm not used to being around people. This is the aqueduct. The aqueduct carries water to the bath, so you think this will take us to the Mithraeum. Exactly. Seem quite confident. You know it exists, and I know where it is not. I believe this is the only place it could be. Must be near the baths. Well, you've already smashed a hole in the wall, so I suppose we might as well look. That's the go-get attitude I like you for, Magdalena. Manu propria. Own hand, I think. But I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, we're back in the aqueduct. There's a bathhouse and there's some rubble. As part of the tunnel has collapsed, we're not getting to the Mithraeum this way, I think. Yes, Casper and I found a collapsed section of the aqueduct near town. We didn't find out what was on the other side. I wouldn't let him explore it. Should have taken more care with him. I'm sorry, we can go. Oh, that's a bummer that we were too nice to our boy. The decoration, these must have been the baths. Doesn't look like there's a way through. Silt, all the floods kept carrying it down here. Hundreds of years of flood. What if we can't get through? What if it's buried forever? It's early to get this discouraged. Let's keep looking. Okay, maybe not. Hmm. Hmm. Guess I overlooked something. Maybe not. Ah, okay, we can go down here. More stairs down? Something be below the baths? Hypercost. They use warm air to heat the rooms above. Roman colonies in the north often had them. Soap this I'm filled with silt as well. Let's go to the hypercost. Do you know where we're going? These pillars just kind of going on in all directions. Andreas, could you look that way? I think I'm going to try exploring ahead. Of course. Oh, now we're Andreas again. Old Andreas. Lawrence, how could you abandon your work, Andreas? I thought you were a true artist. A master of craft and mystery. The only thing more pitiful than watching you work in that scriptorium was your love of that dying art. Boy. I had thought you understood what I was forced to do. You careless kid us all. Goodbye. Master, why did you send me back into the flames? No, no, this isn't right. Can't be here right now. How did I get here? Andreas, you're still here. Yes, for a little longer. Leaving? I'm the last vestige of reason that once ruled this court. When it goes, I will go with it. But who will rule the city if you leave? No one. You must leave this place forever, Andreas. You must abandon it for good. But how? What can I do? I don't even know how it got here. It was once a place for refuge for you, Andreas. It's become a prison. A prison you constructed to protect yourself. From what? From pain? From risk? From life itself? But I can't stay here. I have to help Magdalena. How do you get out? Andreas, you are the architect. I will help you as best I can, but you are the only one who can answer that. Oh, and now we're back in the labyrinth. Hello, Andreas. Is that you, Sabina? Yes, of course. I'm still here. Part of me will always be here with you. We haven't talked in so long. Why? I ran out of things to say. Ran away from life. Didn't want to deal with it, any of it. Ran away from the people who loved you. I didn't know what to do with that love. I wasn't ready for it. I know. I didn't make it easy for you. It was hard for both of us. I don't blame you for anything. You should stop blaming yourself. Maybe too late for us, but it's not too late for you, Andreas. Not too late for Magdalena. Yes, Magdalena. Have to help her. You can, Andreas, but you have to leave this place behind for good. I know, I can. I will. You will. Thank you, Sabina. Will I ever see you again? Not in this place. But maybe someday, in a better place. In a better dream. Are there like any events in these like dead ends? I wonder. Doesn't seem like it so far. Master Andreas! Oh. Caspar. It's really you. It's so good to see you again, Master. How can you say that? You died because of me. I just wanted to help you, Master Andreas. You can think straight. You shouldn't blame yourself anymore. I let my family down, I let you down. Couldn't stop Peter, couldn't save Tassing. Couldn't even save more than a couple armfuls of books. Did what you could, Master. Everyone knows you did. That's all any of us can do. Alright, Caspar. Thank you. Thank you for everything you taught me. Wait, what happened? This was the way out. Before I started talking to Caspar, I know this was the way out. Mind is fighting itself, Andreas. It remembers the pain of life. It's trying to protect you from it. Beatrice? Yes? Thought you were gone. You brought me back? Oh. So, what do I do now? Keep going. Oh. Keep on keeping on, I guess. No. Right. You too? It's been so many nights, so many years without seeing your face. I thought I had forgotten it. I knew you were still here though. Quietly waiting for me. Can't change the past. Can't cover it up. It's always there under the surface, no matter how I try to bury it. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. It's alright. What? It's alright, Daddy. Yes? We don't have to hide here anymore. What about you and Caspar? And your mother? We're not really here. There are people who need you. What if I can't help them? I don't know, Daddy. I'm too little. I think you have to figure that out on your own. Of course. You're right. Thank you. I love you, Daddy. I love you too. Good night, August. Good night. Shifted again. The walls. Still trying to protect you. No. It's not? No, no, I don't have to do this. This is my mind, my maze. I'm leaving. Good. But this next part might be confusing. Oh boy. What? I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Why are you holding the maze? Two things are merging in your mind. You and... There are layers to everything, even our memories. Over time, the foundations become buried. You can no longer recall how we got here. No longer recall what came before. And what came before? Our Lady, watching over the labyrinth as I watch over you. And even this has roots that reach deep into the past. Was not always a lady to watch over the labyrinth, but there was a labyrinth. What? I don't understand. Sister Amalie? Is this real? Am I still in my mind? You are here with me, and we are here in spirit. Looked like Beatrice a moment ago. Beatrice? I don't know her. We are in the tabernacle, the heart of the labyrinth. Spirit was wandering, and the Lord brought you here. But I don't understand. How did you leave your cell? I have not. We are only here in spirit, Andreas. Am I having a vision? I know it is confusing. I'm not even sure of my own visions. But if you are here with me, it is the will of the Lord. Andreas? Sister Amalie? What are you doing here, sister? This is the center of the labyrinth, the tabernacle. It is where the Lord sends my spirit to do His will. Huh. I guess, just remembering that Otto mentioned, like all the way back in chapter 2, that he had found the head of Saint Moritz, and I think this is it. Has also guided his spirits here. There must be a purpose to it. Sister, we're looking for the Mithraeum. Is this it? Mithraeum? No. This is the tabernacle. Not a place of wood and stone, but a place of spirit. Lord has called me to this place for many years. He has always made His will known to me. Soon He will make it known to you. Sister, how does your spirit come to this place? Through the door between life and death? When my spirit hears the call, it descends through my grave. Here the Lord tells me what messages I must bear, and to whom. Deliver messages? Yes, once, long ago, I was a scribe. Copied many works of the great church doctors. Origen, in particular. And just like as a refresher, Origen is a prolific first-century ascetic and theologian best known for his exegetical writings and homilies. Influenced the development of the Trinity and the ransom theory of atonement. But that all ended with the fire. It ended with my life. Wait. I thought I had given up the burden forever, till the visions returned. Oh boy. No! When fire took my abbey, I couldn't save my sisters. Not one. All I could grab was a single book and a bolt of cloth. I couldn't understand why God had spared me alone. But He showed me. God had a high purpose for me, for my hand. Father Thomas explained it to me. He makes everything clear. Tells me what I must do, what the Lord wills me to do. It's you. This whole time, you wrote the notes. Found one by my dad when he was attacked. Sister Amalie, you pushed those people into committing murder. What? No, that can't be true. Lord would not use me for such a purpose. Calm yourself, sister. We'll figure this out. This doesn't make any sense. Why would Amalie want anyone dead? No, I wouldn't. He wouldn't. There was nothing in his message about murder. No. I'm not here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Ah! Sister Emily. It's alright. Father Thomas, how did you get down here? Tassing is an old place. It's buried many ancient roads and tunnels over the centuries. People walk above the hidden ways every day without even knowing it. Though in truth it was Sister Emily who rediscovered them first and found this place. Father Thomas, did you... In other circumstances I would be overjoyed to see you, Andreas. Truth, I'm still happy you are alive. Thank God. I think the occasion of this reunion leaves little to rejoice about. You? You and Sister Emily were behind all of the murders? No, she had no part in this. But the notes, she wrote them. She did, but she did not understand their purpose. I guided her. I told her what to write. To what end? What was the point of all this? Look around you. What do you see? Paintings of Roman gods, Mars and Diana. Look closer. Looks like the statue of St. Moritz from the meadow. Images of St. Sacia from the shrine. Don't understand. It's St. Moritz and St. Sacia, and Mars and Diana. Or can it be both? Where the Romans left Tassing, their buildings, their temples, their statues remained. Christians settled here centuries later, found time-worn fragments of that imperial grasp. A statue of Mars Pater that once watched over the Roman fields stood there still, headless and nameless. Settlers believed it was St. Moritz, who was already a legend where they had come from. Found the shrines to Sacia, and not understanding she was an aspect of Diana, believed she was another local saint. So the people turned them into saints? Sanctity and sainthood exist outside of what people believe, Magdalena. People cannot turn someone into a saint any more than they can make the divinity of Christ. But they knew of the saints and learned local legends of the region and applied them to the figures they found here. No one knew they were Roman gods because there was no account of what the Romans did and left here. Except for Historia Tassiae. But Historia Tassiae was not known then. Perhaps it had not even been written then. Who knows how long that book had been lost for before it made its way to Father Matthias. And you killed him for it. Yes, with poison. No one suspected. Hold on, who was Father Matthias again? Who was the abbot of Kirsa before Father Genoa? I do like how they give a little hint to Magdalena being like her own character instead of just like an extension of the player. Who was the abbot of Kirsa before Father Genoa? He was a good and honest man, one of the most forthright abbots I've known. When Father Matthias learned that there was no evidence that St. Moritz had ever come to Tassing, a shrine to him in the meadow was a statue of Mars that the Romans had erected hundreds of years ago. And that St. Sacia was the Roman goddess Diana. We resolved to deal with it. And you resolved to deal with them. Getting lots of, like a lot of wealth out of that one post. The animators are. Sorry for turning into Yoda there. Andreas, our people believe in St. Moritz. They believe in the miracles God has worked through his hand. And they believe in the legend of St. Sacia, that she had Moritz and watches over Tassing still. And why does it matter if they were wrong, if the saints weren't here? And what does that mean for the hand of St. Moritz? What does it mean for the people who pray to him, to Saint Sasha and believed their prayers were answered. What does it mean for the church that has given people hope, fixed their false star in the dark sky? If the people have reason to doubt the validity of the saints, can they doubt the church? Can they doubt the gospel, the words of God? Perhaps some would, but you've always told us that we have to accept Christ of our own free will. Yes, of course, but preserving the legends of our saints doesn't interfere with individual volition. You are preserving a lie. Preserve the lie to eliminate greater truth. God so loved the world that he gave his only son. If you believe this, if you truly believe this, eternal life is yours. And saints have walked among us, and their relics work miracles, and they hear our prayers and answer them. And the two that protect this town were never here. They don't need to know that, Andreas. There are times when God feels so far away from us in these mountains. But a peasant in Tassing can stand in a field, look over our valley and say, St. Moritz was here. God was with us, and he is with us still, and he will be with us always. That is the truth, even if the legend of St. Moritz is a lie. And you think that justifies all of this? Okay. Didn't really feel like I clicked that option, but whatever. I know this is hard to believe, but I was trying to save lives, to prevent death. But one murder didn't solve the problem, did it? Because one day Baron Rothvogel rode into town with another copy of Historia Tertiae. Copy he promised to give to the abbot so Kearsarge could come to terms with its past. And if Father Janot read its contents, you would be facing the same danger you saw in Father Matthias. In retrospect, given how Father Janot chose to run the abbey, my fears may have been unfounded. That sentiment didn't prevent you from doing it again. You're right, it didn't. But then why Otto? Certainly, he didn't have anything to do with Historia Tertiae. He couldn't even read. In the end, his mother provoked Peter and the others into destroying the abbey. I never thought that would happen. I underestimated Peter's anger and the peasants' frustration. So you killed him to prevent an uprising, but it caused it instead? Someone else killed him. Someone else killed Baron Rothvogel. But it wasn't to prevent an uprising, but to stop him from showing people what he found. What he found when he was helping to dig the foundations of the Rathaus. Something at the wall of the aqueduct? No, everyone knows about the old aqueducts. That wouldn't cause alarm. What he found was a stone head. Missing head of the statue in the meadow. The statue at the shrine of St. Moritz. How did it wind up over there? Most likely culprits are rain, floods, and time. Black Till told me that farmers find old tools and pottery in the fields every year. Yes, this head remained hidden for centuries. It sat in the soil until Otto found it. And he was going to show everyone that God had favored the town with his discovery. What Otto could not know is that our shrine statue was not of St. Moritz. Because Otto could not read the words chiseled across the helmet, Mars Pater. But the man he entrusted with this information, the town priest, could. Yes. And you told him to meet you on St. John's Eve at the Rathaus. Could not let him destroy our town's beliefs. And you had poor Sister Amelie write down what you told her were visions she couldn't remember. And deliver them in the dead of night to Guy, to Hannah, to Martin. So that one of them would murder Otto, just as someone murdered Lawrence. What about my father? I'm sorry, Magdalena. Why did you do it? It doesn't make any sense. Was it because of the mural? Yes. Klaus pursued the project with the determination of a guilty man doing penance. He kept digging and digging for answers about Tassing's past, Kirsau's past. I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out about Moritz, Seisha, this place, everything. So you tried to kill him? No, I tried to scare him. First with the note, but he ignored it. Thought if I ransacked the workshop, it would scare him off. I didn't expect him to come down so quickly. It was just an accident. It wasn't an accident, you almost killed him. I know. So what are you going to do now? Kill me? Kill Magdalena? No, of course not. Neither the means nor the will to do so. But even if I can't stop you from telling people what I've done, it'll stop them from finding this place. Oh boy. No, Father Thomas, stop. It's too late for me, but I can still take Tassing's secrets with me. Father, you're going to kill us all. You're going to kill Amalie. And leave and take her with you. You can tell the townsfolk what you want, but if you stay here, we'll die together. You can't stop people from learning the truth. Maybe, but I have to try. Oh bye. Father! Go! Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, how's that for a plot twist? Are you alright? Think so. You? Truth? No. But I survived. And so did she. Must have heard that at the Golden Hand. Entire church collapsing? I'd hope so. Are we going to tell them? What do you mean? About this? About everything? Why wouldn't we just tell them the truth? The same reasons that Father Thomas hid it. So should reward what he did? Or the people he's hurt? It's better to punish the people of Tassing? What good will it do to tell everyone about St. Moritz and St. Seisha? Maybe Father Thomas was right about that, if nothing else. Maybe it would break their faith. I think he's wrong. I think the people here have enough faith to hear the truth. No them better than I do. Especially since I've been away for so long. Thought understanding this would feel better. Found out who did all of this, who attacked my dad. It's not like we can bring anyone back. Can't undo any of the hurt that he caused. Father Thomas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Maybe he never would have. I think you're right. We should tell them. About the saints, the Romans, all of it. Hated doing the right thing feels so awful. Oh, I mean... I don't know. That sort of feel... I don't know, it sort of feels bad. For it all to become some sort of, like, curious footnote, you know. Hey, can you believe that people in up until 1530 actually thought there were saints in their town when actually it was just something else? But I don't know. I feel like probably their faith is actually stronger than that, so I hate that doing the right thing feels so awful. I'm sorry. I am too. I mean, there's like some sort of selfish thing about how it would make me feel like everything we did up until this point would have been sort of useless. But you know, also in the grander scheme of things, I feel like I'm really making the right choice. Totally. I am too, but I still think it's what we need to do. And we tell them. Good. We should get Sister Amelie someplace warm. We can take her to my house. You probably have some explaining to do. A lot, I think. Been a long time coming. I'm glad you didn't die in that fire. I am too, I think. Merry Christmas, Andreas. Merry Christmas. Oh, Magdalena, you made it back. Andreas and Sister Amelie and I made it all back. Sister Amelie? Was she in the church? I heard a terrible din and the house shook. Is everything alright? I don't think so, Dad, but it will be. Are you alright, Dad? Yes, I'm sorry. Just tired. Sit by me. Tell me what happened. It started in the Rathaus. Well, the Ratskeller. Did you know? The back wall was part of the old Roman aqueduct? Huh. So we went into the aqueduct. The section we found must have been closed off for centuries. Found an old Roman bathhouse. We couldn't go through, so we found a way down to a level under the baths. I think Andreas said it was a hypercaust. Andreas got separated from me. I was really afraid I'd lost him, that we'd both gotten lost down here. Yeah. But then I heard his voice off in the distance, and I was so really... Dad? Oh man, are you still listening? Oh man. I know it's hard. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it is. But we will all do our best to make you feel welcome when you get here. It's strange to think this will probably be the last letter I send to you. So I will end it with my love. Esther. Magdalena? It's 1544. Yes? I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to let you know that everything is in order. Butters has ensured that all of the financial matters will be handled. The money will be forwarded to you via the Reichspost as soon as everything is settled. I appreciate it. Please thank him for me. Thank him for everything. Of course, Mr. Surkarin. I did not know your father well, but I know that he was well regarded by everyone who spoke of him. It seems that Tassing has lost many things in one man. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Good fortune to you. Well, that's a bit of a downer. Gertrude, are you sure you have everything you need, Magdalena? We'll see. I know I'm ready to go. I think so, thank you. I made you something to take with you on the road. Chamomile, cinnamon, and wheat flour. You're traveling and you're having cramps? I know, I'd use it. Well, Hildegard's recipe just called for chamomile and wheat flour, and cinnamon for taste. I'm so sorry about what happened to your father. Thank you. Mother Francisca does all say prayers for him. And for you as well, when she heard you were leaving. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. Just keep us in your prayers from time to time. We'll all miss you so much, Magdalena. I miss you too. God bless you. Safe travels. Magdalena, I can't believe you're really leaving. You should come visit me. Ha! Farthest I've ever been is the Mittenwald market, so I don't think that's very likely. Mittenwald is a small municipality known for its transalpine routes between Augsburg, Innsbruck and Milan. Massive amounts of coin and trade pass through Mittenwald each year. Write to us though. We want to hear about your new life. I will, I promise. You're a special girl, Magdalena Druckerin. I understand why you're leaving. God knows you have good cause. Tassing won't be the same without you. Safe travels and God bless you. Okay, can't get past Gertrude. She's like a rock in our way, but that's fine. Oh. There's the church. Well, what's left of it. That's interesting. But let's talk to Eds. Oh, hey Max. Otto? I'm really sorry about your dad. He was always nice to me. My mom says he was a good man. She's right. But thanks, I should get going. Max! Magdalena. You sure you don't want to marry me? It is a tempting offer. Come with me. What? Really? Yes, really. But my mom, until. I guess, I mean, I don't know. I think he's alright. Probably. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like a bit emotional after seeing everyone else die like very shortly before. But, you know, it would be kind of nice to have someone to ride into the sunset together with. I'm leaving Tussing today. If we want to have a life together, come with me. Wait, that's a lot to ask. I know, you're asking a lot of me too. Think about it, but don't think too long. Write to me then. It's only spring. I promise I won't get married before the end of the year. Oh, you know I'm no good at writing. And get better. Don't take too long, sweet boy. I can't wait forever. I won't. Good. Take care of your mother. I will. Until later, it's... Okay. Good morning, Mr. Struckern. Are you off soon? Yes, father. Just saying my last few farewells. Of course. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to know you or your father. God rest his soul. I am too. Don't let those bohemians put any heretical ideas in your head. Once the pernicious seeds take root, they can choke the faith right out of here. I don't know, Father. I will keep my guard up, Father. Good, good, keep the faith. God bless you, Father Elias. God bless you and your travels. God bless you as well, Sister Amelie. Are you leaving today? I am. Just heading up to the mill in a bit. I'm so sorry for everything that happened. Well, that was winter. It's spring now. True. We all must try to live again. Thank you for helping me. You know what you'll do now? Will you become an anchoress again? I don't know, honestly. Father Elias is trying to help me, but I need to learn to rely on my own judgment a little more. It's going to take a long time to atone for my part in what happened. Perhaps the rest of my life. We were tricked, we all were. Even so, I must make amends. I'm writing an account of what happened here. As well as I can, remember it anyway. It's not enough to earn forgiveness. I pray that it will at least illuminate this history of great darkness. Good, it's worth remembering. God bless you, Sister Amelie. God bless and keep you safe on your travels, Magdalena. Well, anything else back here? Nope, just a bit, like the little painting. Even though it's actually, I'm trying to remember it, but if I remember correctly, it's not actually even a painting of us, but of a dead older sister. But hey, still it doesn't feel great to leave all this behind. Is Elsa? Magdalena, this is it? It is. Time for me to leave. Good. Get out before this cursed town swallows you. Tossing will bring you nothing but anguish and misery. Elsa, I hope one day you will find a path out of your sorrow. God willing, though I am doubtful. Stay safe on the road. These are still dangerous times. We'll be fine. Look after your family. Paul, Anna, your grandkids will need you. I do what I can. They are what little I have left without them. Never mind. Godspeed, Magdalena. Oh. Man. That's quite a change. Are you sure I look alright? Of course, Andreas, you look perfectly respectable. A little worse for wear, but a good sight better than you were. It was kind of the women to help me clean me up. I'm afraid I'd forgotten how to look after myself. Some would say you took care of yourself quite admirably. How many men here could have survived in a burnt-out cellar for the better part of 20 years? Subsisting on a discarded rye, no less. Sorry about that. Andreas, we already told you, it's alright now. Magdalena! Hello, Magdalena. Are you off soon? Hello. Yes, I'm riding with you, your flower to Mitten wallet and then down to the Isar. I'm sorry to see you go, Magdalena. But I hope Prague is everything you've dreamed of. If it's half the city Esther describes, I'm sure I'll love it. You have a chance to make a life of your own there. God knows I've squandered so much of mine. Use the time you have and use it well. I will. I don't know how, but I will. I wish you could have seen it, Andreas. I know. Would have loved it. I hope so. I know so. It's kind of you to say. I know you're just trying to make me feel better. I was always proud of you, and you wouldn't be still. Magdalena, I wanted to ask you something about the mural before you go. Thought it was supposed to cover the whole wall. Why did you leave a section blank? For the future? Unless history is going to stop in Tassing the moment I roll down the road? I think your wagon is about to leave. Oh, it is. Hardly feels like enough time. Well, don't I know that feeling. Thank you for everything you did for me, for my family. God bless you, Andreas Mahler. Andreas? Are you alright? I'm lost. It's alright. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Besides, you can't leave yet. Children require your expertise. Oh? You're up on the mill, the walkway. I'll have supper ready when you're done. Just remember that you're always welcome in our home, Andreas. Thank you. Wow. Okay, I guess this is about to be it then. Yep. There's the town, there's the mill, there's the aqueduct. And there's the end of the game, I think. I mean, well, okay. I was about to say we didn't get to see the mural, but now we do. Yeah. There's the three Christian dudes. Like working away, pretty much like everyone that came after them. As the people returning after the Romans left. There's Otto and the Landsknechts. everyone. Little Peter is the oldest man in the history of testing. Sure feels like it. And I guess Vazlov's got burned as a heretic, and Rusla birthed a priest. Jutta and Kraft got married. Andres got like a bunch of kids, which is nice. I guess Andreas, little Andreas Miller, worked, like continued working on the mural, which is actually that's a pretty neat way to end your game. I would have sort of okay. I would have expected some music during the actual credits, but I also would have sort of wished for maybe a bit of feedback on how, like, whether to hide or to reveal the whole thing about like Saint Moritz and Seisha being like sort of adapted from Roman gods for the place. For that, like the impact of that being like shown a bit more. But other than that, hey, I feel like I don't really have much to say. Other than that was Pentiment. And it was pretty damn impressive. At times it was a bit frustrating how it like I feel I mean I see what they were I think in like in, they were pretty like on purpose trying to frustrate you, you know, by not really giving you enough time to figure stuff out and not giving you all the clues, which, you know, I guess was sort of intentional, but in the end it like also still felt sort of frustrating. And yeah, but all in all, I'm super fucking impressed with this game, with the writing in it, and doesn't really feel like anything else I've ever played. Sort of like closest thing I personally know how to compare to is Disco Elysium, but yeah. Look, I won't say anymore. Let's just watch these credits. It's hey, for some music overdose. But other than that, no, very few complaints. I mean, okay. I know I just said I wouldn't talk over these credits, but hey, I guess you gotta have some noise going on there. But yeah, I'm sort of torn between wanting to replay it to see how like different choices actually affect the game. On the other hand, I also really don't want to replay it because I feel like I don't know. It sort of feels like the way I like, you know, it sort of feels like I kind of wanted to have like my proper way to play this game preserved somehow, and I'm sort of afraid to find out that in the end, you know, maybe a bunch of stuff didn't matter as much as it I imagined it would. But hey, who knows? I do, however, urge you guys to play it, if you can. If that's like something you're at all interested in, because I don't know. I hope I didn't spoil anything for anyone. I just want everyone to play this game now. Also, I apologize to well, inhabitants of every nation I did like an atrocious accent for, except for the atrocious German accent, because that comes from the heart. You know, it's a German accent. It's inside me. Yes, and it's not an affectation. It's just how I really am. Yeah. I mean, hmm. Oh, this is actually interesting. Okay, I guess there's like one interesting features that you can actually like control the credits, which might be the reason they didn't put any music over them. But yeah, especially for the bibliography, which you know most video games don't have a bibliography, but you know you can kind of read up on all the books they use for research and also to inspire them. Prostitution in late medieval Barcelona. Not sure we came to the part where that was relevant, but what do I know? Obviously, that's in the name of the rose, which, yeah. Well, thank you for making the game, and thank you for watching. And that's cute. Now that the game is finished, like the before the background was dark, and now it's like revealed that it's like in the church. Although a different church than the one we had, I think, right? So it seems like it's the Roman mining operation that's depicted here, not the pre-Roman farming. But hey, who am I to complain? Anyways, boy, it has been 5 hours, thereabouts, so I think that's about as done as we're ever going to be with the stream. Hope you guys will join me again on Thursday when I do something different. Well, Thursday it's actually going to be Crimson Skies, more of that. And then potentially, hopefully on Sunday, when I do something, that's when I'm going to be doing something different, if I am going to be streaming something at all, because I don't know, Sundays, I sort of feel bad about it, but these last few weeks, streaming on Tuesdays and Sundays has been sort of a bit of a tall order, because like I usually got to work before that on those days, which not as much of a problem, but these last few weeks work has been really exhausting. But you know, I do enjoy streaming, and I do enjoy hanging out with you guys, and yeah, I hope I get the opportunity to do that more often. But anyways, regardless of whether I'm going to be seeing you on Thursday, on Sunday, on Tuesday, or some other day, I hope you have a good time until then, and see ya.